casually dating a model named Brooks Nader.
Gosh, a model.
I've not looked her up.
She's
source
attractive.
told Page Six that the two are indeed seeing each other after rumors started to spread online. The source continued saying that it's currently nothing serious. Yeah, she's insanely hot. She's the Knicks pulled up her on the cover of a Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue of last year. So Nader is in an ongoing divorce with businessman Billy Hare.
Oh,
Is she a great big fat person?
No, she's not a great big fat person.
Okay.
Billy Hare.
Yeah, Haire is how you spell his last name. So Hare.
Okay.
Brady, meanwhile, had previously been dating.
Are you down there, Hare?
Irina Shayk, following his divorce from Gisele Bündchen, of course.
So Brady would still at this? I mean, obviously at this point, he's got the goat glow. He is at the pinnacle of bachelors now, right? I mean,
he doesn't move.
if you're talking about,
If he was 10 years younger, he would be at the pinnacle of bachelors.
Okay.
Although, I mean, at that status, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No,
Right.
it doesn't matter.
in other
but-
words, Clooney was in that rare realm for a while. You know what I'm saying?
But Steve, he is like the who's the good female version of like the Botox up, doesn't move.
Oh,
is like in that phase. And he's like, hello, want to go on a date?
But Clooney, in his height, though, he was perpetually single, though, right?
Naturally single.
As opposed to Tom, who has
Yeah.
Been
you know,
married.
he's been there. And
No,
back.
you're right. That's
He's
a
on
good
his way
point.
back
He's,
around.
he's
but-
done some ladies dirty.
All right,
Yeah.
Steve, rank Tom Brady versus Leonardo DiCaprio.
DiCaprio takes it.
He's above Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Leo's
Only
like in
because-
that George Clooney realm.
I think so.
Yeah, all right.
And I think to Preston's point, while he has dated and flirted around DiCaprio, he hasn't been in full relationships like
Right.
Brady has.
Right. Celine Dion and Lady Gaga will team up to perform Edith Piaf's iconic La Vie en Rose at the Paris Olympics opening ceremony
that's cool.
on Friday.
You know that song from Saving Private Ryan that's playing in the
And that's when he's describing what she's singing in
That's
French.
right.
Oh, is that
And it's also the one she sings in A Star Is Born in the beginning when he
That's
first
right.
sees her in the bar.
That's
Right.
an Edith Piaf song?
It
I
is. yes.
guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
What did I call her? Piaf? She will apparently, Celine will wear Dior.
Like me?
Featuring a pink and black feather cape. Gaga, familiar with the song From A Star Is Born, will join her, and Celine will pocket $2 million for the performance.
Good.
Whoa.
for her.
Did you see that
Celine.
footage of Celine Dion getting therapy for her stiff
person syndrome? Yeah.
It was pretty heart-wrenching.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the therapy?
They beat her with a stick.
No,
they it's really like a deep kind of massage, but she's in a place now where a lot of any sort of movement or agitation like that is painful.
Wow.
Yeah, so this will be her first performance since revealing her diagnosis.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen what the gold medals look like?
No.
Oh, dude, they got each of them, and I think all of the medals, but I definitely the gold medals have little pieces of the Eiffel Tower embossed on top of the medal. It's pretty cool looking.
Wait, little pieces that they took from the Eiffel Tower?
So let's say, and
Well, then what's holding up the Eiffel Tower?
no, listen.
God,
I'm
it's
sure over
falling.
the years they've taken pieces off and putting pieces on and stuff like that. But so the gold medal is this big, right? And then in the very middle of the gold medal is a little piece like that big of the Eiffel Tower.
And you know what it says underneath it, Keith? Proof Tony Stark has a heart.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so that's basically the size of the gold medal, and then the piece inside of it is maybe
we're
the
looking
size
at
of a
it.
giant 50
I think
cent
that
piece.
is awesome.
It is the gold
Yeah,
medal.
that they're
Yeah.
doing that.
That's really cool.
It's really cool, yeah.
All right.
I like
Unique
that.
looking. So she, by the way, Celine is reportedly feeling well and ready for the big moment, fulfilling her vow from her documentary, I Am Celine Dion, to return to the stage.
I heard that documentary is incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
So I've seen clips of it,
Yeah.
and from what I've seen, especially her physical therapy scene, it is incredible.
They'd say it's pretty like heart-wrenching, and you gain a new appreciation for it.
I always knew she was a super talent. I always heard great things about her, but she had her period where she was lampooned, and she seemed to take that all in good stride. But the fact that she lost the love of her life, her husband, who she stayed with forever, he passed away, and then she's dealing with this. She's a pretty strong woman.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the documentary. Does it cover her whole life? Because she was a phenom as a kid. She like surfaced when she was like 13 years old.
yeah. And then her
in
superstardom.
Canada. Yeah, and then took off later on. Interesting. Stephen Baldwin, superstar in his own right.
Superstar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Posted a cryptic video after his daughter Hailey Bieber revealed she's not super close with her family anymore. In the video, Baldwin says, "I love you," and then he smirks, and then captioned it, "Today, staying positive is a choice."
Do you know what they say drove them apart?
What?
Biodome.
Oh, well, she wasn't even born then.
Yeah.
And he says, "I'm trusting in the power of joy, peace, and happiness. Finally, if anyone hasn't told you today, I love you." The post received mixed reactions. Some fans sent love back, while others referenced Hailey's comments about her family. Hailey recently told W Magazine that she feels independent and has built her own family with her husband, Justin Bieber. She reflected on her childhood with fond, beautiful memories. Neither Steven nor any family members have directly addressed Hailey's comments. Rumors of a rift began earlier this year when Steven posted a video asking for prayers for Hailey and Justin. Sources said the couple was upset about Steven alluding to a private family matter on social media.
Oh, do they specify what it was?
No, they did not. But, that's
Did it
the
have
thing.
to do with Biodome?
That's the thing about, social is
Yeah.
if you post something publicly as a declaration to people,
Yes.
that should be done privately, it is not going to help things.
I think what happens is that people fall into a trap because they're so active on social media that they can't delineate between what should be a private message
Right.
and what should be
Right.
posted.
Right.
Yeah, so they're having that issue. Vanessa Williams has revealed that her marriage to her third husband, Jim Scripp, is over.
No!
It is.
Jimmy!
It's over. I'm sorry, Jimmy, but
Nothing is over! It's over!
and apparently it's been over for 3 years.
It's been over for 3 years!
Yes. Williams and Scripp
Where's Jimmy?
they wed on Casey's birthday in 2015
There you go.
and quietly and amicably divorced back in 2021.
Can we stop getting married on holidays? Especially when people like to go away for long weekends. Don't get married Memorial Day, 4th of July.
It's a little
Labor Day.
obnoxious
It
to
is.
people you're asking to attend.
How about being born on holidays?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, especially
That's
the 4th
okay.
of July. Especially.
You get born on it.
That's
you
not
can't
over.
get married on it. What's so hard to understand about this?
As for now, she's not narrowing down her affections. She said, "I'm doing what I love, and I'm in love with life,
You live the living of life,
loving the loving of life."
loving the loving of life.
She says when...
She's in The Devil Wears Prada.
That's right. I was going to say not the movie, but the stage
The
show.
Broadway play.
Right, Rambo?
Stage. It's
Yes.
musical. She's playing Anna Wintour.
She says when asked if she was currently in love.
It's been Theater Roundup with Rambo.
Johnny's,
Now we go to Broadway.
Johnny's Theater Roundup. Oh, my God. She said there is not one. Hang on here.
Wait a second. Why did Rambo? Oh, because nothing is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not.
It's over.
She said there's not one person that I'm in love with, but I'm in love with everybody.
Wow, she's a slut.
Loves everybody. Jack Osborne has multiple sclerosis, but he's chosen to deal with it in less than mainstream ways. Jack was diagnosed with MS in 2012. And on the Osborne's podcast, he responded to a listener who inquired about how life with MS was going for him. And he responded that he is utilizing alternative therapies and does a lot of supplementation. And he added, "I have had some alternative therapy treatments over the years. I do not take traditional MS medication currently. That includes his recent biocellular therapy treatment procedure on his spine, where doctors injected cells into his spinal disc."
Does it
my
mention
God.
what the results have been?
No, but he says he's not against traditional meds.
Right.
He said, "I just choose not to go down that route of pharmaceuticals for my MS right now. I'm absolutely open to it if needed." So I guess he's having success with it, Steve.
There have been people who've used, they kind of know their bodies and they've used more unconventional methods and they've had success. I think when you're looking for your best health, you leave all options on the table, right?
I guess so, yeah. It's a life story so big that it's going to require 2 whole books to tell it. Cher has announced that her memoir will be delivered over 2 volumes. In an announcement yesterday, her publisher, HarperCollins, said, After more than 70 years of fighting to live her life on her own terms, Cher finally reveals her true story in intimate detail. In Cher, the Memoir, Part 1, she will recall her childhood marriage to Sonny Bono, detailing the highly complicated relationship that made them world famous, but eventually drove them apart. The 480-page book first hit stores on November 19th of this year. The second will be expected sometime next year.
Cher happens to be a very good storyteller.
Yeah.
She is really good. In fact, her eulogy for Sonny Bono is wonderful.
Yeah.
And heart-wrenching and funny. And so I'd be curious. I love the stuff. She's a good part of that Wrecking Crew documentary that I reference all the goddamn time. But
I think I would like to read this book because of that time, you know that there are going to be a lot of other celebrities because she was in that sphere of
completely
uber famous people.
And she was with a lot of
that
them.
time in the late 60s and throughout the entire decade of the 70s and into the 80s as well. So, yeah, I bet there's some real good stuff that'll come out of that.
If you talk about reinventing yourself, they were dying after their initial pop music run, and then the Sonny and Cher show.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yep.
And then they split.
Yep.
And then
Cher
her movie career
took off
Yeah.
after that, yeah. Love is Blind star Chelsea Blackwell, who made headlines earlier this year when she said on the show that she was often mistaken for Megan Fox. And remember, we were like, no, I don't think so. Will now have something else to talk about. Two things, in fact. She revealed on Instagram stories Tuesday that she got breast implants during some recent downtime and responded to a follower who suspected she had some work done on her face by saying, no new chin, but new tatas. Yeehaw, she wrote.
I bet you hear that a lot around the breast augmentation clinic.
She said, something I have wanted for years and finally had the downtime. So
Mom, good for her.
She got new bibbies and wants the world to know. All right, I have some audio to play along with this. It's getting ugly between Billy Ray Cyrus and his estranged wife, Fire Rose. Yesterday, Page Six obtained recordings of the singer berating Fire Rose.
Oh, no.
And calling her a slew of insults, which his lawyers claim was leaked by Fire Rose herself.
Fire Rose!
Cyrus's lawyers say that the recording was taken without his knowledge as a last-ditch effort to squeeze money out of him before their court-ordered mediation next week. They said Mr. Cyrus previously admitted in a court filing that he had been very vocally frustrated and angry with Ms. Hodges, Fire Rose, during their 7-month marriage as he began to uncover more and more of Ms. Hodges' true motives for marrying him. With regards to this recording, Ms. Hodges is the person who made the recording without telling Mr. Cyrus and that she was recording him. And they said, and of course, she was intentionally on her best behavior since she knew the recording was being made.
This is a Mel Gibson type of thing, right? I haven't heard this, though. I'm curious.
Yeah, so let me play some of this for you. His voice is really raspy.
Oh, boy.
And it's kind of hard to tell what he's saying.
It's like Nick Nolte raspy?
Yeah, kind of like that. And but it's interesting because you can tell she's trying to get as much out of him as she can.
It's 9:15, you idiot.
It's not 9:15.
I needed to leave 2 hours ago.
No, you didn't. You can still leave and get there. And
Get out of here. I'm not in no place to go do a show. I had to go when I was ready to go. If you would have just shut the up,
screaming at
if
me.
you would have just left it the alone.
Sorry, I should.
If you would have left it alone when I told you it's done. Now I'm really pissed. You once again showed me you will not listen. I don't know who the you think you are, but you will not listen. And this ain't about your bracket. This ain't about your surgery. This ain't about nothing. This is about you being a selfish. I don't think you're real smart. I've changed my damn mind on that. What you are is a selfish.
Dude.
I'll tell you what, that's what you are. You're a selfish
I'm not
ass.
that.
You cannot continue to walk all over me and think that I'm going to go out in public with your dumb and have you do this anywhere you want in front of whoever.
Are you referring to you screaming at me right now?
This would not be happening if you would have just shut your mouth. Look what a mess you made. What a dumb thing to do. Now that's dumb because you have to know I will not tolerate that. You just no.
I thought you'd be happy.
No,
I thought you'd be happy.
You know better than that. idiot.
I don't understand. I'm just going to stay here and put a splint on an injured rabbit's leg. Then I'm going to read for the Bible. Then I'm driving over to Chop.
Listen,
You're so mean.
I don't know all the details, but it seems like she was.
And he's not even yelling at her. She's like, "Oh, and you're just sitting here yelling."
Screaming
he's
at
not.
me.
He's not yelling at all.
Can't we be friends?
Fire Rose.
Fire Rose.
Yes.
Stupid name, Fire Rose. It's not Fire Rose. You're dumbass.
Fire.
You knew not Fire Rose replaced fire with dumb and Rose with ass. Dumbass.
So, along the lines of Mel Gibson, is this one of these things where like she kind of goaded him and then hit
Yes.
record? And
Totally.
Then,
Clearly sounds like
That's
it.
what I think,
In fact,
anyway.
there's a whole list of those. If you think about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing,
man.
the whole serial rampage.
Yep.
I want my cinnamon toast crunch.
Yeah, it's when one person when they are behind the recording, it's so hard to feel if they are being genuine. You know what I mean?
Right.
During
Of
that
course.
recording, because of course they know the recording is there, and when you know the microphone is live, you've got to watch your P's and Q's.
I wonder on a lawyer court level, when you introduce something like this into, and if you bring this in as evidence, can the notion that the person who's recording is setting up the recordee work against the person you're using it for?
Yeah, and it also depends on the legality of recording in the first place.
right.
Because right, Billy Rose.
You broke my ankle, you break your heart.
Can you sing a little bit of that for us? With some reverb, if you wouldn't mind. It's awesome.
Yes, I think there's a monster on the mountain.
Horrible.
Yeah, but I'm happy that story's out there so we can follow it. Woo doggy. Woo doggy would fit in there. Wouldn't it? Yeah, all right. All right, I do have some other things that we need to get to. We'll come back to Fire Rose and Billy Ray Cyrus.
Fire Rose!
Sometime down the road. No, we're going to go to the facts of life. There could have been a reboot of the show if it weren't for greed. And apparently Mindy Cohn, who was part of the original 80s comedy, of course, says that the things were moving along swimmingly until one unnamed co-star sabotaged the whole thing. She says that one of her castmates, and we'll play, we do have audio of this, Casey, went behind her backs and tried to get a spin-off made, and apparently that kind of stopped the whole thing.
So my mind was reeling, trying to think who.
I'm thinking Blair or Tootie. I don't see Joe doing it.
Now, I love Blair because I watch Collector's Corner.
Yeah.
But that's the name that came to mind. And who's...
So Lisa Whelchel or Kim Fields, I think.
I think maybe Kim Fields, because Kim has actually had her hands in a lot of things afterwards. She was in what? Not League of Living Single. But anyway, but like some of those, like Blair, haven't seen her in
I feel like you're
Collector's
just saying,
Corner.
I feel like you're saying Blair though, just because of the character on the show.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. And that's certainly influencing it because on Collector's Corner, she's a sweetheart. And I watch her every Sunday at 6:30 after Love Up.
I was also trying to think of what character might actually be pretty decent as a standalone spinoff. And Blair was obviously a standout, big standout on that show. She was a big part of
Nancy
that show.
McKeon, I don't
see her doing that.
No, I think Kim. In fact, I was immediately went to Blair, Kathy, because of her character on the show.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, impressed when you said Kim Fields. I'm like, yeah, that one actually to me makes the most sense.
What was the show? Living Single, or what was the show?
Yeah, I was Living Single, what she was on. But
I was my youngest is rewatching all of Cobra Kai, and I forgot she's in Cobra Kai as well.
okay.
Kim Fields is.
Is she?
Yeah, she pops up in there. I was totally forgot.
So maybe
about
she
that.
would want the because she was also on a show called All Up in That.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, so here's the clip Mindy Cohn talking about.
I'm just saying it was for a 40-year friendship and sisterhood. There was a tidal wave of emotion around it.
Yeah. So she called out the person who sunk the reboot as greedy. And it seems for now, at least, no reboot is moving forward at all.
By the way, she's great on Palm Royale. She has a really good character. And I was
Mindy or Kim Fields?
Mindy Cohn.
Mindy Cohn.
Okay.
Yeah, she's in Palm Royale, and her character is great. She does a really good job with it, and I feel like I don't know everything she's in, but I feel like it was a little different for her.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've heard good things about her.
It's funny, Steve. I guess because I'm so nostalgic these days in my algorithm, some of these like these clips from these shows are popping up, and the Facts of Life. I just saw one. I don't remember this episode, but Tootie and I think Mindy Cohn. They went to a store and they ended up buying a bong,
really?
And they brought it home and they're showing Mrs. Garrett and she's like, "That's a bong, girls."
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
That's really
we need
amazing.
to get audio of Mrs. Garrett saying, "That's a bong."
That's a bong.
I forgot she would say things with that vibrato in her voice.
We kind of discounted her as the possible spinoff.
Oh, she's dead.
Garrett. Well, no, back then during Facts of Life. I know she's dead now, but Facts of Life. Maybe Mrs. Garrett wanted her own show.
Maybe, but no, she's talking about now. Like they want to do a reboot now.
Reboot now. Well, that's probably harder.
That would be difficult.
'cause
It's
she's
just her
dead.
corpse. It's just the static shot of her 30 minutes. Billy Ray Cyrus thinks it's a great idea. Okay. Inside Out 2 has officially become the highest grossing animated film ever.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
The movie has brought in $1.46 billion so far, with about $601 million coming from North America and a huge $861 million coming from overseas.
If we were categorized as the beings inside of somebody's head, would I be anger or joy? Isn't that funny? That,
I think you tack
be
more
disgust.
towards joy.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Kathy's more towards disgust.
Yeah.
Disgust or anger.
Disgust.
Yeah.
Definitely, you would be disgust.
All right.
Without question. I have no idea.
Would
who
I be sarcasm?
Yeah, you'd have to.
Sarcasm isn't a character, isn't one of the traits.
Oh, it's when the two characters got together that created sarcasm.
Yeah.
In the new one, I haven't seen it. I know there's actually a chasm.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
And it's like when it's like an echo chamber. You say
Okay.
something, wow, I wonder what that means. I wonder what that means. It comes back when it echoes. Anyway, Disney also stole the crown from itself. Pixar's Inside Out 2 beat out Disney's Frozen 2 to become the world's highest grossing animated film. So they're enjoying this huge, huge success. I think I would like to go back and see that again.
You know, it's funny because after seeing Deadpool and Wolverine and getting back in the theater, and I love going to the movies.
Yeah, me too.
And so I'm looking at the 4D
4DX.
Twisters, 4DX. I want to go see Twisters.
You guys may have already talked about this last week when I was away, but is this Taylor Swift thing becoming a Disney princess? Is that real? Do you know what I'm talking
about her turning her into a Disney princess?
Yeah,
I have not heard
supposedly
this.
into a Disney princess.
In a movie?
Yeah, the story is that she lost her sister. Her sister dies, and then I don't know what.
But it's actual Taylor Swift, or is it Taylor Swift playing a character?
No, they're turning. It's going to be an
her
animated
story?
Disney movie, and yes, it is going to be Taylor Swift as a Disney princess.
Oh, see, I thought you meant they were making a new Disney princess, Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not her being a character.
Not her playing a character.
Well, no. Yes, Taylor Swift is the Disney princess. I don't know who's playing it. I don't know if Taylor's playing it or somebody else, but it's going to be like.
So the character's name would be Taylor Swift. That's a rumor.
That's the rumor.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't see that happening.
No.
Yeah, have they ever done that before?
Not that I know of.
And yeah, I don't. And then I thought you were saying is that they were turning her story into a Disney princess story. Who knows? They'll call it Frigid.
Well, I do have one more thing to mention, and then we got some clips to play. We got our first look, if you haven't seen it yet, the Timothée Chalamet, Bob Dylan new trailer for the biopic A Complete Unknown has been released. The film covers Dylan's early years in New York City, an initial rise to fame in the 1960s. The trailer, in it, Chalamet, as a young Dylan, sings the Dylan classic, A Hard Rain's Gonna Fall. And the movie stars, of course, Chalamet, Edward Norton, Monica Barbato, and Elle Fanning. No specific release date has been set yet. It looks really good.
It does look good. Casey, we were talking, and James Mangold has directed Logan, and so he's solid.
Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah. So, but you were trying to get into the Wonka movie.
The Wonka thing.
Is Chalamet a little bit hard for you to embrace? You're having issues with him, right?
So I like him.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't want to. I just had a hard time buying his
in that role in particular.
that role
okay.
in Wonka.
I thought you were saying in general.
I thought it came out a little thin. I thought, you know what I mean? I was like, I don't think he has, and I know that you really love Wonka, and that's why I was like really trying. And the little girl, and some of the songs are really good, and the little girl's really good in it. I was like, you're lacking something. I don't know what it is.
But I very much enjoyed the movie, and I found he was playing young Wonka. So he was lacking elements of Wonka. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because he hadn't become Wonka yet.
He hadn't wonked out. He hadn't wonked like a mofo.
Wonk out.
What I'm curious about is whether or not he is doing all of the singing, because he can sing. He sings in Wonka.
Yeah.
In this Dylan film, because it sounds really good from the trailer and I could see him maybe putting on that Dylan affectation and being able to pull it off. But
one thing I see is completely unnecessary is the inclusion of Groot.
Oh,
yeah. Why?
Okay.
It makes no
I don't know. They're just switching it up a little bit. But for just a sliver of a second, you can see one of the scenes where they filmed in Cape May.
Right. Really?
Just for a split second, you can see him. He's on his motorcycle. So I am looking forward to seeing that movie, even though I'm not really that big of a Dylan fan, but it looks like it might be good. All right, here we go with the clips. The medieval comedy, The Decameron. Inspired by the 14th century Italian tales, explores power struggles, class systems, and survival during the Black Plague. And here, Tony Hale shares his experiences working on the show's cast.
In working with a cast like that, you have that trust that when you throw the ball, they're going to throw it back. And so with comedy, with ensembles, that's so key. And there's not, ego and entitlement and all that kind of stuff just sucks the energy out of a room. And when you don't have that, when you have a very giving environment, it just makes it, chef's kiss.
The Decameron is available for streaming today. You can find that on Netflix, by the way. Here's the next clip. The Deadpool movies are great at showcasing just how much fun writers can have with a script. And in this clip, Sean Levy discusses how the creative energy influenced the fight scenes in Deadpool and Wolverine.
The fun of it, as we wrote the script, as we prepped the movie, as we rehearsed with the stunt team, was make each fight evolutionary so that every time there's this collision of unkillable forces, it's got a different visual language, it has a different premise, and literally telling the whole team, storyboarders, stunt men and women, choreographers, best idea wins.
Deadpool and Wolverine releases tomorrow in theaters, by the way.
And by the way, anyone who thought, okay, this is under the Disney moniker, they're going to roll back a little bit on the violence or the profanity. No. They go full bore.
Where would you rank it amongst the other two Deadpool movies?
It's every bit as good as, and then in some ways, for me, because there's so many references and there's so many Easter eggs, and there's one thing that I know you're going to literally crap yourself when you see. So, all right, I'll put it at the top. The original Deadpool was great. I love the second one, but I'm off the glow of this one. So, and then it's jammed so much that I'm going to put it at number one.
I read yesterday, and Steve, maybe you can confirm that this is not Deadpool 3. That this is the third movie in the series, but there is going to be a Deadpool 3.
Right. Okay.
Have you guys heard that?
No, but I could see that.
Okay.
I've heard it. It's every bit a Wolverine movie as well.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Nick, can Jay see it?
No, he cannot.
Okay.
Well, not with you. Let him just watch it by himself.
Well,
how old is he?
He's 13.
Oh, man, he's right on the border.
I would. Hell, my parents took me to all sorts of stuff.
His friend,
and I'm perfectly fine.
His friend is going and asked him to go, and.
Did you see the first Deadpool movie?
No.
Oh, my God, Kathy.
No. So the answer is no. Okay.
It's insanely dirty.
Does he want to go with
Wait,
Uncle Steve?
And hold on. Do you notice how I waited until Steve was finished and then I let Nick talk? Because I'm not asking Steve if Jace can go. Every movie, he's like, yeah, he can see it.
Have you guys had at home yet, Kathy? Have you had the pegging chat?
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
All
Okay,
right,
forget it. No.
Yeah.
We'll go to Inside Out again.
What about sodomy? Have you guys had the sodomy chat?
All right, that is our entertainment report for for this morning.
Oh, wait.
What?
We got the smoking marijuana and the bong chat from Facts of Life.
Oh, okay. You want to hear that?
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Marissa, which one do we want to play first? The smoking marijuana or okay? Here we go.
All right. Which one are we
This
playing
is
first?
bong, bong, bong.
All right. Here we go.
Bong, bong, bong.
So that's what she thought she was getting. She thought when she went to the store, she was getting a bong. She didn't know
like
she
a
was
gong,
buying.
like a gong,
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Mrs. Garrett explains what that's used for.
Girls, what people use these for is smoking marijuana.
Marijuana?
Smoking marijuana. Girls.
Used for pegging.
Marijuana.
It's like a strap-on.
So good. Play it again.
Here, hang on a second here.
Girls, what people use these for is smoking marijuana.
Marijuana.
Marijuana?
Marijuana.
Yeah, they've never heard that before.
Marijuana?
Oh, my God.
Okay.
I love it. Now we can take a break. We have to because we got a lot going on today. We have Michael C. Hall on the program this morning. Dexter himself is going to be joining us. And also comedian Joe Matarese is checking in. We got a few other things. Stay put. We'll be back in a sec. Fly back. So we're in the international terminal, and there's people from all over the world that are flying in and out. And a group of Japanese came by and very loud.
Yes.
Very loud speaking. They were just having casual conversation. The language itself is just very brash.
Yeah.
And it sounds almost like they're being rude to each
Like
other.
they're arguing about something, and they're just having regular conversation.
Yeah,
So
that I wouldn't
It's like, hey, a Cinnabon.
and yeah, that's what they're saying.
Hungry?
And a lot of and they're they're pausing their our version of and stuff like that. It's like
Thinking. I can't think of the words.
Hey, Fong, do you want to go to the Cinnabon? No.
Well, where do you want to go?
Oh my God! Hang on, let me get I have an accented individual on the line. I can't say your name. What is your name?
Vincenza.
Vincenza.
Oh my God!
Right there, right there.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about yourself so we can hear some of your accent. Where are you from? What do you do? Stuff like that.
Well, I'm from Sicily, Palermo, and I came here about 15 years ago.
About 15 years ago.
Do you get complimented on your accent?
Yeah, a lot. I used to be a waitress, and I had some people saying, like, when you're at the table, you say the daily special. Yeah. And some people will be like, oh, what a nice accent. Can you say it again?
Well, you know what? My wife and I were at an Italian restaurant recently, and the waitress was directly from Italy, spoke very, very good English. But I agree, when she rolled out the specials of the day, it made them sound that much more enticing.
Yeah.
It definitely, you're in an Italian restaurant, it sounds very authentic.
Vincenza, can you maybe recite a couple of the menu items in Italian? I'd love to hear you speak in Italian.
Pappardelle bolognese.
The pasta bolognese.
Yeah.
It already tastes better.
It does.
Say SpaghettiOs.
No way.
She wanted to say it.
Some nice SpaghettiO.
I like it.
Can you do me a favor? It says here, Jenny is born in Albania. I'd be curious to hear what that accent's like.
Hi, Jenny. Good morning.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm driving. 1 second, please.
That's okay. 1 second, please.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So you're born in Albania?
Yes, I am, and I was.
Okay.
And then I moved to Greece when I was 20. I lived there for a good 7 years.
Where's Shakira from? Is she Colombian?
Shakira. Oh.
She has a sexy accent.
Yes, and I look like her a little.
Good for you.
I want that bathtub photo, too.
Jenny, what is
compliment.
What is your real name, though?
Yes, my name is not Jenny. It's Najmia.
Najia.
It's a pleasure listening to you speak.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. We appreciate it.
No, thank you. When I worked for a year, we live in Springfield. Go Delco.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, let's get
Classic
for some
Delco.
pizza.
She has a classic Delco accent.
Right. Yeah. I'll take you out for some water ice.
She's got to come in and visit us. Can you come in the studio sometime?
Oh, that would be amazing.
All right. Well, hang on. We'll get your information. We'll tell you how to do that. Okay.
Okay, thank you so
Hold on
much.
just a second. No problem.
We need to get a lot of
accent, Kim.
And I think it should just be exclusively women with sexy accents.
Yeah. But get a lot of different accents. Sometimes
We should get like
United Nations Day.
International Day. Yeah.
Exactly.
I like it.
Our next guest is back in town. We love having him here in our studio. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and then through the weekend. You know him, of course, from years at Saturday Night Live and a gazillion different movies. And from this particular clip, please welcome John Lovitz to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful to see you again, sir. Welcome back. Really. Oh, yeah. This is a picture. Did you post this recently? What is this from? We saw they put this up on our monitor earlier. It's you in sunglasses, and you look.
Yeah, that's in Hawaii at the Royal Hawaiian.
Oh.
I was very happy.
Oh,
I love Hawaii, and I'm laying on the beach. So I just took a picture. And
Well, you brought your dog with you today. That's pretty. You travel with your dog?
Yeah, his name's Jerry Bruckheimer III.
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Yeah, you saw him. If I was on Celebrity Apprentice, he was on that, and then he was on the show Animals. I did an intro to it's a cartoon on HBO, and they go, "Come back. We want to film your intro, and we want Jerry to be in it." I bring him everywhere. It's his great company.
Traveling with him? Do you have to make any special accommodations or?
Well, when I fly, I had to get him a pilot's license.
Get him an actual pilot's license.
Yeah, so they go. I go. He's the backup pilot.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
All right, and then he sits up with the pilots.
So he gets to go. He gets cockpit access.
Yes.
Wow.
But he's
that's
small
amazing.
enough. He can go right under the seat, right? Do you have to pay for that?
Well,
Or is he a carry-on? Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to talk.
Okay, I see.
Let's just say accommodations have
Let's
been
just
made.
say I have a deal with the government. I could
Is
tell
he a
you, but then I'd
TSA?
have to kill you. I'm not allowed to say it.
Has it been, John, 27 years since?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
Him and Arnold Schwarzenegger making a face. Oh, that's a great
That's
picture.
hilarious.
Yeah, his underbite. So you see Arnold there doing it. Yeah.
Are you friends with Arnold?
Yes.
Cool. You know what?
You know what? That's such a good story.
Well, I met him on SNL years ago. And I've just met him over the years. He always teases me. He teases his friends if he likes you. He goes, like I was on Celebrity Apprentice. He goes, "John, have you ever seen a gym from the inside?"
So, athletics and the world of sports. You worked with Conor McGregor on a project.
It was it was like four like sketches,
right,
to sell this horse race called Pegasus. It was in Florida. It was like the richest purse ever in the history of horse racing, like $12 million. So they hired. The idea was the Conor goes, "I'm great and I can do anything. I'm going to be a jockey," and I was played his trainer
for him to become a jockey.
Yeah, and he's a really nice guy. He's really funny.
Yeah.
And charming, yeah. And I said, and I really meant this. I said, you know what? You could be an actor.
I love this.
He'd never done anything, and every question he had was like spot on. His instincts were just spot on.
Will you shut up?
Sorry. Oh, that League of Their Own.
I love that clip.
You know what happened? We're shooting that movie. It's not ADD, but you playing it. We're shooting that movie, and the cow kept moving. We're in a farm in Indiana, so I would stop. Like if you're doing a movie outside, and all of a sudden there's a plane, they always go plane, stop. You know?
Right.
So the cow was like really loud, so I'd stop. And so Penny, after the third time, Penny yells at me, "Why are you stopping?" I go, "Because the cow." She goes, "Well, tell it to shut up. I can do that." She goes, "Yeah." I go, "All right, fine." I was like, she's yelling at me. The cow kept interrupting the scene. So it did it again. And then I was and I just like let it have it. And then
Will you shut up?
I have to tell you one funny thing, and I know we're going to wrap up in a second. I was watching.
My fault.
I was watching your interview with Larry King. And we got to meet Larry King, and
yeah, he's a nice man.
He's very
funny,
nice, but a wizened, kind of like a gargoyle. He was hunched over. In that interview,
well, he's in his 80s.
I know, but you're sitting there across the table, and it looks like he's waiting for you to cut his steak. It's what it looks like.
Well, he had a heart problem, so he's got really, really thin. You know,
he looks really thin. Yeah,
he's very
he was thin to begin with, but
he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's kind of hard to see because 30 years ago you see him and he's like, "Hi, how are you?" You know, and he's like healthy. You know, you get older and you age.
Yeah.
I was just Dustin Hoffman. He just had I was just there. He had a surprise 80th birthday party.
Yeah.
And you see him, you go, "You're 80." He seems like he's I just turned. Well, not sexty.
Sexty.
Yeah, but people, you're sexty, and I go, thank you. I mean, you wouldn't look. It's like shocking, and he's, you know,
how good he looks, Hoffman, or
yeah, he's got all his hair and he's got all his energy, and you don't.
It's the luck of the draw.
When you think of 80, and you go like, you think of a guy like hobbling. He's like, hi, how are you gonna say? What's new? You know,
look at friggin' Clint Eastwood.
Oh, there's. Oh, you keep. I don't get it. This is radio, and you keep throwing up pictures. Or do people watching this online?
Well, they
and you
can,
didn't tell me?
Yeah, no, this is a top flight operation. It's just a good point of reference, but that's Larry kind of hunched over there, and you're actually looking
Larry's looking at me going, I want to eat what he's eating. Looks like he wants looking at me going, I'll eat him.
He
looks hungry. He's like, I'm gonna eat. This interview is over. I'm taking a bite out of his neck. Look at all that fat. He doesn't need it.
It is great to see you, John. Thanks for coming by again.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
You bet. John Lovitz. And the last birthday is novelist Danielle Steele. I want to air these, if you don't mind, real quick.
Not a problem.
Here's a couple of them. Good morning. Says, on or around July 29th, I was wondering if I can get her big, juicy shout out for a wonderful human being. This person has been the foundation for our Cardboard Sled team for many years. On behalf of Cardboard Sled Union 93.3, they did the Top Gun one this past year.
Yes, they did.
We would love to wish Patrick Carr a big happy birthday. Love, Quail Mama, and your Cardboard family.
Well, Mama.
So that's from Jess DeVito, and want to send that out. And then Nick gave me this one. It says, hey, Nick, writing a request for you shout-outs. The first one is for me, as last Tuesday morning, inspired by your 2016 climb, I successfully summited Mount Rainier.
Wow.
I began preparing about a year ago, creating and religiously adhering to a 40-week training program. Through the hundreds of hours of training, Preston and Steve were my constant companion. I laughed my ass off as I stair-stepped, jogged, and strength-trained in early mornings before work. I wanted to thank you and the whole show for the support that you gave me without even knowing it. I also want to send shout-outs to my wife, Amy, and my girls, Rory and Violet, who are 8 and 4, for giving me the time and space to reach for my dream. I've been podcasting daily since 2007, and we'll look forward to hearing my sharts whenever they poop or pop up. Thank you, guys. Baltimore listener, Chris Janzik, by the way.
Nice.
So that's who that's from.
You mind if I do a quick one, Preston? Sure. This is from this morning, actually. I was stopped at Wawa to get my coffee on the way into work this morning and ran into a really nice guy named Alec. He's a listener of the show. And so this is for Carpenters 164, the union. Alec and the crew, they're working on 95 down by Bridge Street, and they listen all day, every day.
Thank you, guys.
A lot of union support. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. All right, it's time for the city beat, folks. We got to walk the street. Here we go.
Wow. He pounds the beat while he beats the meat.
I do?
No.
Okay.
Maybe I do. Everyone, not probably publicly on a street, but.
All right, so Kathy mentioned this in the news, and you may have heard this, but the Wells Fargo has decided against renewing its naming rights deal for the Wells Fargo Center.
Yes.
So that means another name change
and
is going to happen.
We've been through a number on this show going out the past decades.
Yeah, we did Core State Center, First Union Center, the Wachovia Center, and then the Wells Fargo Center throughout the years. In 1996 is when that opened up. So it's gone through a number of changes. Wells Fargo Bank said in a statement, Wells Fargo regularly reviews and adjusts our overall sponsorship strategy. As such, we have made the business decision not to renew the naming rights contract to Wells Fargo Center. We value our relationship with Comcast Spectacor, and we look forward to collaborating on live entertainment and sporting events at the Wells Fargo Center throughout the end of our contract in August of 2025.
So I wonder, in all of this, with the obviously things are in motion for the 76ers to vacate, it seems that way, if this had any sway over their decision.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Comcast Spectacor, of course, the owner of the arena and the Flyers, also issued a statement on Wednesday evening saying that it's grateful for a long-standing relationship with Wells Fargo and look forward to working with a new partner as we continue to bring the best sports and entertainment experience to fans in the Philadelphia region. The company has a $2.5 billion reimagining plan that, if realized, would bring hotels, residences, restaurants, shops, and a 5,500-seat performance stage and transform some of the parking lots at the South Philadelphia Stadium District over a decade or so.
It's like $1 billion. I love the way I love the facility now. I think the improvements they made are awesome. They're going to develop the area. We've seen some of the plans. I'm excited for it, though. At a certain point, I don't know where you're going to park.
I know.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Well, that's a part of what this plan is. I mean, they're going to add parking garages.
Yeah.
The whole parking system is going to be very different. And Steve, if I have anything to complain about down there, it is the getting in and out. The parking is a pain in the ass.
Right.
But the on-ramp, I'm sorry, Preston, but like the on-ramps to 76 and 95, if the grand plan comes through, all of that will be improved.
The on and off ramps would be?
Everything will be different in South Philly. And so the plan that Dan Hilferty and the crew at Comcast Spectacor and the owners of the Flyers and the owners of the building, and they're working with the Phillies on it, that they've come up with is a really bold plan, but it'll change how you get there, where you park, and every bit of it, what it all looks like.
I'm okay with that because it all needs to change.
Yeah, it's going to be... Again, if it all happens, I think it'll be a vast improvement for that part of Philadelphia.
Yeah. Man, parking garages. I think I'd take a big old lot rather than a garage.
I agree.
Yeah.
Though when you start to parse things out, and you like, if you can't find, I'll take a garage over, like in the city, over
over street parking,
street parking. But I mean, in a big old lot,
getting stuck in a packed garage,
friggin' sucks.
Oh yeah, trying to come down the different levels, for sure.
It's terrible, and it gets people trying to squeeze in and out of the spots and stuff. I mean, that's bad in a lot too.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. This is. I was wondering when something like this would happen. There was a day and age, and some younger people don't remember that stadiums and arenas had names. They were just named that. They
were in the
the
stadium.
It wasn't a switch out. It wasn't a sponsorship. It was the name of the facility.
And that initial push to have businesses associated with these places was, people were not happy with that.
Okay.
They didn't want these large corporations with their names as advertisements on these buildings. Now it's kind of par for the course.
Nick, let me ask you, because we had the Vet, we had the Spectrum, we had JFK. Who was Connie Mack?
Oh, he was manager of the A's, the Philadelphia A's, and legendary manager, and he might have managed other teams as well. But he helped build that franchise, so they named the stadium after him.
There are some old stadiums though that did have business names from the beginning. Busch Stadium in St. Louis was the Anheuser-Busch family, and then Wrigley Field. Yeah. Was obviously the gum.
Yep.
So it has.
Chew on that.
What about Fenway?
They didn't. I wonder how. I guess did Wrigley build that stadium? Did they pay for that?
They were one of the owners of the Cubs early on.
They were owners of the Wrigley family. Yeah, gotcha.
So do you know anybody who still? Because I know who still calls one of the venues around here, one of the stadiums that have gone through name changes by the old name.
Yeah.
Well, not only. Well, yeah.
I mean, Camden. I don't even know what it
FM
is.
Pavilion.
It's called Susquehanna Bank.
Yeah.
Susquehanna Bank Center, the Tweeter Center.
E-Center.
Tweeter Center.
Yeah.
It was at Sony Blockbuster East.
Initially it was E, and then they got a naming rights from Blockbuster, and the T Center, Tweeter Center.
But Blockbuster was like a half a minute.
Yeah.
It was quick.
Yeah, that one's probably gone through more name changes than anyone else in the city.
For some reason, Tweeter just sticks in my mind, and it was hard shaking that one, especially because at the time there were large Tweeter, like stereo, and entertainment equipment stores around where I bought all my stuff from.
I'm trying to think of any stadiums in any of the major league sports that don't have corporate names.
Like Soldier Field?
Well, Yankee Stadium, the Nationals in Washington, they play in Nationals Park. There's a lot of corporate sponsorships there. But like relatively newer stadiums, Dodger Stadium, I guess, is one.
Fenway Park. I don't know what Fenway is.
I think, yeah.
Is Joe Louis Arena still around?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I remember that out of
But like
Detroit.
Soldier Field
Martin and Lewis Arena.
But Soldier Field in Chicago, that's been Soldier Field forever.
Yeah.
They may have put a Chico's bail bond Soldier Field, but
Right,
it's
yeah.
still Soldier Field.
Do you remember
Soldier Field.
for a brief period there was the controversy over people shortening First Union to the FU, to the FU Center? And
I thought for sure that would stick.
Yeah.
Nick pulled up Fenway.
It's the name of the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Fenway neighborhood of Boston.
Okay. So anyway, we're going to have to get used to another one, but not till next year, most likely.
I saw some chatter yesterday that, and then talking about what the new name might be. And we were joking around about, the Big Joint or the Preston and Steve Arena or whatever.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were saying, what about a Wawa corporate sponsorship of the building?
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
I would be totally down with
Only
that.
if they had a Wawa in the actual stadium.
Well, are you kidding? They
Or
would
in
have. It
the
would
arena.
probably be all Wawa.
Yeah.
Right?
That might be the only problem.
I wonder that might be a tough thing to swing. They might have like a top level placement if they put a Wawa in there, but I think you'd be fighting an uphill battle to make it nothing but Wawa.
Well, yeah, but think about it. Everybody else in there would be competition.
Yeah.
Would be their specific competition. So,
Yeah, I don't know how that would work out.
or they'd have to put a full Wawa store in there.
Yes, like all the merch, all the exclusive
Sure.
stuff
Yeah.
you could only get there. All the limited things that they put out would all be there.
And then make each Wawa like a Ticketron where you could buy tickets to the events there.
We should be working for Wawa.
Come on.
Why are we not
Come on.
part of the
I agree.
corporate team?
Chris Geisens, we're at your disposal.
Pick up the phone.
Reach out to us.
Yellow.
So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. But I have no idea who might pick up the name.
I want to see this whole thing come to fruition now with these hotels and these kind of things, with the buildings and the mall and shopping areas.
It's like a decade away if they're going to do it. But I'd love to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know what though? I'm kind of scarred from the original plans that never, happened fully. So
Yeah,
the drawings always look so good.
Well, and also there were some big changes that were going to happen, and the Camp Out for Hunger was impacted one year about where our footprint was going to be at the complex because they were about to build this esports arena. And we see where the giant esports thing went. It was going to be the next big thing, and they scrapped it. It was going to be right there at Xfinity.
It was a $55-60 million project.
Yeah, the pandemic had something to do with the case. But there are renderings of what it might look like on Crossing Broad. They posted an article a few months ago, and it really looks like an entirely different and new city in South Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And if, again, when it comes to any bit of progress in Philadelphia, there are always so many ifs attached to it. But I'm still hopeful that they'll be able to pull some of this stuff because there's so much money attached to it.
So what are you most excited about? This development or the 95?
Have you seen some of that construction, Steve? They started it already.
Have they?
Yeah. And so when you're driving on
I try to
95
avoid
through
it.
the city and you're in Center City, they're starting to put like stanchions in, and you can see where they're going to pave over. And I'm
that
super
could
excited
be
about
pretty
it.
cool, man,
Yeah.
because they're literally going to add like park space and stuff like that.
You're going to be able to walk from Center City to the river without having to deal with 95 at all.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
I like that a lot, too. I like
Maybe
it a
that
lot.
can be the Preston and Steve Center.
Okay.
the
Preston and Steve Fields.
Yeah.
Park, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's see what else we got in the City B, folks. I got some things. All right, let's talk about liquor in Pennsylvania. Before House Bill
So good.
829
Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I just love liquor.
So there's a new liquor law that was signed recently.
Ooh, okay.
House Bill 829 was signed last week into law. Before that, Pennsylvania's rules for buying alcohol were as follows. You could buy beer at a grocery store, but you couldn't buy a case of beer there. To do that, you would have to go to a beer distributor where you could also buy alcoholic seltzers, but not all alcoholic seltzers.
Right.
To buy High Noons or Statesides, you'd have to go to a state store where you can't buy beer.
Because it has liquor. It has actual liquor in
So
it. Not
dumb.
the malt liquor.
Just sell it all
The
and sell it
absurd laws.
everywhere. It's what eventually is coming.
For a year, since I was a kid in New York, you could buy beer, you could buy cases of beer in the supermarket.
Well, I mean, when we would travel to New York to visit family, like that, we couldn't believe, you were in 7-Eleven. We were like, oh, we could just get it here.
Just get it there.
Oh, I grew up, you could buy a fifth of whiskey at a gas station.
Anywhere.
Absolutely.
And it would be no problem. So,
wait, I just want to say, but growing up with only being able to buy liquor at a state store and beer at a beer distributor, I still go to those places. I can go to... I'll see it in Target, and I'm like, oh, no, I have to go next door to the liquor store. Seriously.
So all of the state's rules about purchasing alcohol were simplified with a signature last Monday from Governor Josh Shapiro. Yes.
Shapiro. Shapiro.
Glad we have that.
Not all of them, but at least now you can get an 8-pack of Surfside at your grocery store.
Unofficially called the Kathy Romano Leave Mommy Alone, I'm Drinking law.
Thanks to the new law, businesses can sell ready-to-drink cocktails, which the legislation defines as any pre-mixed drink of 16 ounces or less made with distilled liquor that has an ABV of no more than 12.5%. Previously, spirit-based seltzers like High Noon and Stateside were prohibited from being sold in grocery and convenience stores, but similar drinks that were made from fermented sugar or malted barley like White Claw and Truly were allowed. While this law fixes one of the confusing alcohol purchase restrictions in the state, there are plenty that still remain, including the limit of 192 fluid ounces of beer, which is the equivalent to 12 16-ounce cans per transaction at grocery and convenience stores, which, by the way, if you buy a 12-pack at a grocery store, you can take it out to your car, and then you can come right back in and buy another 12-pack.
Aren't they expensive?
But you just can't buy 2 of them at the same time.
Well, and
so stupid.
Case, that's the other question, because forever, when you could buy just a 6-pack at certain places, it was much more expensive than going to. So how do the prices do now? Or is it similar?
I don't
know. Or is it still that inflated?
I don't do it enough at the grocery store. Kathy, I still go to the beer distributor. There's a couple that are close by me and on the way home, so I just know I'm going to pick a case of beer up and have it for a while.
You don't use your home beer maker?
I do.
Dude, do they still sell Wild Bill's beef jerky at the counters of those beer distributors?
Oh, I don't know.
That's the best beef jerky, man. I love that stuff.
So here is a look.
Beef jerky in the world.
Here is a look back at 5 examples of Pennsylvania's restrictions on buying booze. So here's a little booze history in PA for you here. So we'll harken back to 1933, Casey.
It was all the rage. No one was drinking and making their liquor in their own bathtubs.
In 1933, the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board was established by Governor Gifford Pinchot, a prohibition
My
supporter
young son Bronson will go on to great things.
who decided to give the state control over distribution and profits of alcohol. Pinchot partially created this system as a way to put bootleggers out of business. But it was also a moneymaker for the state and still is, according to the most recent PLCB report. Wine and spirit sales from October of 2022 to September 2023 topped $3.15 billion with a net income of $260.8 million for the state. So then in 1971, with the 21st Amendment lowering the voting age from...
This is disco music from the 70s.
It's a little early.
But anyhow, so the 21st Amendment lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. Many states changed their drinking ages to 18, 19, or 20. So by 1975, every state on the East Coast had lowered the legal age for purchasing beer and wine, except Pennsylvania.
Of course.
And it wasn't until 1984 when the national minimum age of 21 was...
I'm Kurt Lauder with news about...
MTV News. But it was set, the minimum age of 21, the national minimum age of 21 was set for purchasing alcohol. In 2007, getting a little bit more current.
All right.
A Sheetz in Altoona became the first gas station in Pennsylvania to sell beer. But the
Sheetz,
approval from the PLCB didn't come easy. The convenience store chain, which had more than 100 locations in other states that sold alcohol at the time, had to agree to 9 provisions that were not included in states' statutes, including the installation of yellow speed bumps to separate the gas pumps from the store.
because you're driving around the parking lot all drunk.
The facility also had to meet the state restaurant size requirements of being 300 square feet and at least 30 seats. It took nearly a decade for the restrictions to relax. In 2017, Governor Tom Wolf signed Act 39, which allowed gas stations and grocery stores to sell beer and wine as long as they were approved by the PLCB.
It's funny because this is just how it was here, and so I was used to it. It's fine, you know, and it was fine. Like we would go to Eagles games on Sundays. All right, so the beer distributors are closed. All right, we'll just go to the Frontier Saloon. They had a little beer store next to it, and we get our 6-packs or 12-packs there. So it was just normal for us. It didn't seem like it was like that big of a deal. We adapted. Same way like New Jersey people, like they, somebody pumps their own gas.
Right.
I hate that, like, because I'm just not used to that.
It's funny because I'd go to close to me is Pudgy's, and they have a great chicken cheesesteak, and I was on a chicken cheesesteak kick for a while, and people would come in
while the
I
scenes.
still don't understand this.
Like, well,
and I don't like it.
all right,
You're taking all my booze.
It's a tax issue, Kathy. While this seems like a law that would rarely be enforced, there have been reports of people being charged for making massive purchases in Delaware and trying to bring their haul back to Pennsylvania. And early during the pandemic in 2020, Delaware police officers were turning away Pennsylvania residents who were traveling to the Total Wine and Spirits store off of 95 in Claymont, although that was more because of strict COVID-19 travel restrictions and not for attempted bootlegging.
They took the whole bar. The whole friggin' bar.
But Preston, you lived right, just over the state line. So that was probably one of the closer stores that you could go to purchase something. So you're telling me you can't go there, purchase, and then drive home. You could potentially that's ridiculous.
That is a function of government to come up with stupid things.
Technically, yeah. And the same thing with tobacco as well.
Again, and she's making, you could probably hit it. You could probably throw a football over it. But yeah, it's absurd.
Well, and why don't they want us to come to their state and purchase at their stores? Like,
no, they do. It's then taking it back into Pennsylvania and consuming it there. Yeah,
drink my cases of wine in the parking lot.
Yeah, from the point of view of the state, you are taking money away from the state.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you know what I mean.
And
so listen. I get it. I'm totally with you.
I don't get it at all. But I will say there is a certain senator that we know who, when I asked about it, he kind of was like, go ahead. Go purchase it. We know.
He gave you immunity.
He gave me the okay.
That's funny. Wow.
I'm going to use his name if I ever get pulled over. However, I will say I do cover all my stuff up when I leave because I am nervous because I've never known anybody to get pulled over, but I have a cover for my trunk and I pull it over so that they can't see.
Do you put like a child seat on it so you can hide it?
No, and like if I see cops trying to get on the highway, or when I'm getting on the highway, like I'm making sure I'm doing the speed limit. I stop at the stop sign fully.
Hey, can weed cross state lines? Marijuana, is that legal?
Well.
So New Jersey's recreational, but it's only medical in Pennsylvania.
So if you were to purchase in New Jersey legally, and come back over to Pennsylvania, and even though you have a medical card, a medical right to have it in your possession in Pennsylvania, would it be considered illegal because you purchased it in New Jersey and brought it across state lines? I would guess yes, but I don't know.
It's recreational in Jersey now, yes?
Correct, yeah.
So
full-on legal.
You go to buy it, I would agree with you. I think if you're buying it over there and it's recreational, you can bring it back.
Traveling with marijuana across state lines violates federal law.
When's that from? How current is that?
From 1922.
Yeah.
Good question, Nick. Let me look.
Because it might have changed depending on the legality and from state to state. Because it's not illegal in Pennsylvania anymore, but it's not recreational legal. There's so many nuances. There's a funny marijuana rule, real quick, is that obviously it's recreational in New Jersey, but you can't put it on the stores on billboards in New Jersey. So New Jersey marijuana shops have to advertise on billboards in Pennsylvania where it's not recreationally legal to smoke marijuana.
It blew my mind to see a weed, using the word weed on a billboard.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you can't have that billboard, Steve, in New Jersey, even though you can purchase marijuana legally, recreationally in New Jersey.
Okay, so this is for medical marijuana, Nick, and it's on Penn Medicine's website, but it says medical marijuana obtained in Pennsylvania is for use only in Pennsylvania. Traveling with marijuana across state lines violates federal law, but some states without medical marijuana laws can arrest patients under possession laws, even if the patient is registered in their home state.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yep. All right. Well, listen, I have one more story, and we're not have a lot of time, so I want to get to it in the City Beat. So we're going to move on to this one. This is Paul Feig.
Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah, the director behind the features of like Bridesmaids and Ghostbusters is setting his eyes on Philly for his next film with the production company Blumhouse. The subject is, it's an untitled project and will be based off of the Netflix TV thriller Worst Roommate Ever, centering Chestnut Hill resident Alex Miller's real-life horror story of living with a serial squatter. Worst Roommate Ever, based off of a New York magazine article, is among the streamer's most widely watched shows worldwide. The Netflix series is also produced by Blumhouse, who is behind the hit Get Out. The true story starts off in 2017 in Chestnut Hill, where Miller sublets her open room to Jed Creek, a man who claimed to be a New York City lawyer who grew up in the Philadelphia area. Not only was that a fake name, his real name is Jameson Bachman. But he also lied about where he is from, and growing tensions between the two led Miller to research Bachman's background, and it turned out that he, quote, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses.
It's just crazy.
Did anybody watch this series?
I always intended to watch it. People had told me it was good, and I never got around to it. Now I think I'm going to do it.
Things between Bachman and his past roommates serially spiraled out of control and got violent, creating a pattern of abuse, which finally ended with his arrest after Bachman murdered his brother in his Elkins Park home.
Wow.
And at 60, Bachman hung himself in his cell at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility. So they're going to make a movie out of it. That's the word that he is taking a look at it. And of course, he's got he's got tremendous success with other projects. No announcement has been made of the production details or release or anything like that, but he's eyeballing
So we're assuming
the area.
and with Blumhouse that it's going to be more true to the source material. It's not going to have a comedic edge to it. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that's all that funny.
Yeah, well, there's a murder in it, too.
Yeah.
So maybe it's going to be straight drama.
I would love to get Paul on the show. I've been a fan of his for a long time. He's a really fascinating guy. He gives great interviews, and now with this Philly connection, I think it'd be really cool to have him on the show.
Yeah, so we'll see if and when this comes together, and if they're going to shoot it in Chestnut Hill.
That'd be cool. I could just walk over and watch, hang around.
Steve.
Chestnut Hill is
I'll
beautiful.
wear a tight sweater. Maybe they'll put me in.
Chestnut Hill is beautiful. It would be a nice backdrop for a movie.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of scenes they could shoot there. All right, that's all we have time for in City Beat this morning. Hopefully we got to something you enjoyed, dear friend. If not, we have a few other things coming up on the way. We have a very special bizarre file. It is Bucksco versus Delco.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
It's just two stories. And we're going to face off and see maybe which one wins.
Should we already set up the structure for a poll?
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
We know what's going to happen.
I don't know. We'll see who wins. But it depends on what you determine as win, by the way, too. All right, so maybe we'll get to that. We'll talk to Marissa, see if we can set something up. And by the way, we have a poll from yesterday we need to see the results of as well about Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer. And Joe Matarese is coming up, too. We'll be right back.
Preston ruled the world for a while.
Yeah. What were some of the...
Oh, they're all titles like A Love Forgotten, Swept on the Wind.
Yeah.
Eat My Butt.
I don't think she had
That's
that
when
one.
she got her. She started to lose it there a little bit. Suck my ass.
Suck my ass.
That's when her contract renegotiation wasn't going well.
Suck my ass. A novel by Danielle Steele.
New to the bookshelves, a novel by Danielle Steele. Suck my ass. His name was Lance Trace. She was Velma.
She sucked his ass.
And eventually she sucked his ass. There, I saved you $2.
But her books were made into countless mini-series with people like Joan Collins and, does she still write?
I don't know. She's 70 years old today, so happy birthday. Yesterday, I'd mentioned that there was something personal and slightly embarrassing that I might share with you guys, a little story. In the long and short of it, I I got busted spanking it the other night.
Oh, man.
All right, where and when?
Trust me, I'm going to give you the full story.
Were you standing up on your bed? Or?
I was bouncing on one leg in the shower. No. So let me set the stage here. So this is
It was cheer practice.
This is Friday. I played a golf outing that day right after work. Hung out for the after events and hosted that, and then came home and of course at the end of the golf outing, having a few beers, relaxing, getting comfortable. Go home, continue to have a few beers.
All right.
And my wife and I sleep in different bedrooms because of our sleeping habits are so completely polar opposite of each other.
The same.
She likes TV on. I can't sleep with the TV on. I like a fan on. She doesn't like the fan on. Blah, 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 so on.
We should sleep together.
I know you and I should sleep together. And maybe we do this together. I don't know. So I'm feeling, feeling kind of antsy.
Oh, man.
I know. Shut up, Kay.
Well, she's not going to appreciate this, but
I know.
What you're looking to do is you need something to sort of help you nod off.
Yes, and well, I was going to nod off anyway, but I felt like rubbing one out.
Okay.
So anyway, and part of my defense is that look,
you have two hands.
To actually attempt the act with her would have been futile.
No.
I'd had enough drinks. I was tired. Physically, it wasn't going to happen unless you just let me lay there and be a zombie for a while and you do my business. And that's no fun for both of us. It's just fun for me.
In many ways, you're being a more conscientious husband.
Can you be my lawyer, please?
Because you are. So, we wouldn't put her through that.
But listen, so this gets really good.
All right.
Okay. So I popped my laptop up in bed.
Your laptop literally on your lap or on the nightstand next to you?
On the bed. Like, sitting on the bed next to me.
Excellent.
And what?
Do you prop it up like on a pillow or anything like
He just said it's on the bed, yeah.
No, I know.
It's on the bed. I didn't put it up on a pillow.
Okay.
But why? Do you use the pillow method just to raise it to eye level a little bit more?
Yeah. I don't want to hurt my neck.
Okay, so
I sleep with a wedge pillow, so I'm good.
So anyhow, and I put my headphones on.
Wow, you're setting the mood.
There's your fatal flaw.
Yep.
I know. Well, listen.
There's the mistake.
He doesn't want to miss the dialogue.
No, my son's bedroom is right next to mine.
Oh.
I'm being
You are being courteous.
Being courteous.
I'm going to jump in here for a second, and you're telling the story, and I apologize. Do you run the risk of, unbeknownst to yourself, making sounds that you're now not aware of because you're wearing headphones?
Dude, I'm not a noisy jerk.
No, you just can't hear anything else.
Oh my God, I'm awesome. I am so good. I know exactly what I want.
What you
I'm the king!
What you can hear is somebody opening the door.
Exactly.
Thank you. And what you also can't perceive is if the room is dark and the hallway is dark.
How long they've been standing there?
That somebody has opened the door and is watching you until you hear the door slam shut.
Oh my
no.
God.
And then I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, who was that?
Oh, my God.
It's got to be Will.
No, I knew it was her because of how loudly the door closed.
Oh, man, you're a jerk.
So
why is he a jerk? Why is he a jerk?
I don't know. Why was
He's
she
in
mad?
his own
well, hang
room.
on. It gets even better.
Okay.
So
I'm on her side.
So I
Team Rochelle.
Apparently.
Oh no.
So like I said, a door opens. I have this bright monitor on. I didn't turn the brightness down on the monitor at all. So it's blinding me, essentially. I can't see anything.
When you have a bright light source
in a dark room.
makes everything around darker.
Apparently,
the whole family.
I guess I had sensed maybe something in the room was going on, and I locked eyes with my wife.
Oh, wow.
Unbeknownst to me, I guess I looked towards the door, and I didn't slow down for a second.
So now you're eye contact.
And so apparently I make eye contact for a second or two, and then I go right back to the monitor again.
But you didn't really...
As if, don't bother me now.
You're throwing off my tempo.
But you didn't really make eye contact with her. You didn't see.
But she, to her...
I was looking into the void of darkness.
Right, into darkness.
I don't even remember looking away.
But
But apparently I did.
Oh, man.
And... that was bad.
That's upsetting.
So
from her perspective. However, if the roles were reversed, the male mind says, okay, go with this, I'd like to
Jump
join
in
you.
and help you out a little
Yes.
bit?
The female mind, to stereotype, is hurt and rejected.
And that's kind of what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like you couldn't. It was like you couldn't come and get me.
You looked right at me.
And you looked right at me. We locked eyes. But at that point, in defending myself, I'm like, now wait a minute. I'm like, I swear to God, I didn't see you. And just lock eyes and then go back to what I was doing. There's no way. I would have stopped and gone, you got me, you know.
Did you go to bed afterwards? Like you went to sleep?
Well, I went in and I went into the bedroom and I'm like, I guess you caught me.
By the way, I lost the garage remote.
So you
Is that you knew she was mad then at that point?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the door was slammed with enough.
We went and we had a short conversation and I was like, well, this isn't going to be resolved tonight. So
Okay.
I'm going to bed. Yeah. And I kind of chuckled and she didn't like that very much. And then I guess she didn't like the fact that I was looking. I was watching videos to help this along.
What was the subject matter?
Why is that important?
Because I
We
want to
wanna
see
know.
if we're cycling together. Can I guess?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to say there was a chain of events that might have led. I'm going to go with MILF.
I'm going MILF too. I'm going amateur MILF.
No, I'll just tell you, it was what you would call cougar and kitten.
Oh, okay.
Lesbos.
It was girl on girl.
Hot Lesbos.
Cougar and kitten. So that hot lesbos. I've had that happen. My wife thought it was hilarious because I know I look like an idiot, specifically because
she busted you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah. And so we're same thing, Preston. Separate bedrooms, the whole thing. Claire likes to sleep in Death Valley. I like to sleep as humans sleep, with the modicum of airflow. So, and so she's coming in to put fresh linens in my jar, and I was watching what I was using on the PS3 at the time. So in one hand, the video controller, and in the other hand, my controller.
Right. So you can jump to your favorite parts if you need to.
Exactly.
Real quick, yeah.
I know that I looked so stupid. I would never want to see what I look like when I'm doing that because I don't like the way I look right now not doing it.
No man would look good doing that.
Oh, my God.
But anyhow, it's funny because the only one that I shared this story with was Casey, and I led with, well, I got busted spanking. And he goes, dude, I get busted all the time.
All the time. In fact, it usually goes the other way. I get mad at her, like, dude, you knew I was up here doing that.
Now, let's welcome our former Swedish intern. She's checking in from Gothenburg, Sweden. This is Antonina. Everybody. Antonina, how you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Well, we're warming up to the can that you gave me. How do you pronounce this file? And the first two stories are Bucksco versus Delco. You'll understand why in a second. Sorry about that. But I have the results of our poll from yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the poll was question of the day. How many characters are mentioned in the Skull Sealer clip?
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
So you're curious, is it Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer, 1, 2, or 3 creations? Right. And in our poll, the results have it as 3.
Wow!
51% of the respondents feel that the Skull Sealer, the Philosopher of Evil, and Chrysagon are 3 separate entities.
I'd like to apologize.
Yes, and 35% thought it was 2. Steve and I believe it's only 2.
We're in that camp,
We
yeah.
think that Chrysagon is the Philosopher of Evil.
Yeah.
And the Skull Sealer is somebody else. And 13%, it's all 1. So there you go. The public has spoken.
What an indicator, though, of how divisive an issue it is because, it's fairly close.
Someday we'll have to reach out to him
Yeah.
and tell him, first of all, how hilarious we think he is.
It's funny you should ask because many people have called me over that.
And we'll get that psycho on the line sometime and see if what he can tell us about that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It would be the most deranged interview we've ever had on
It would still be better than Wayne Brady.
25 some odd years of this show. Yeah, it probably would be. All right, Bizarre File, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for a non-segmental vitiligo study to test a topical medication. Adults 18 to 75 must have vitiligo on your face and body. Go to PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. We will start with the Bucksco story.
All right, cool. Here we go.
A Levittown man.
Oh, man, of course. That's where he grew up.
All right, that's all you had to say was Levittown.
Does it say what section?
It doesn't.
Oh, okay.
He is accused of pulling his pants down in front of a neighbor's doorbell camera. Charles George Swenson is charged with indecent exposure, harassment, and disorderly conduct. The incident happened on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
A neighbor saw the a neighbor showed officers a video of Swenson walking up to their door, spitting on their porch, then walking away while pulling his pants down and standing on the masonry wall between the two properties. He pulled out his buttocks and then turned around and exposed his genitals to the camera.
Oh, yeah.
The neighbor also said he was unable to go outside because Swenson was in the area for the rest of the day, harassing him. Swenson is being held on a $60,000 bail.
Had they had words? Was there an ongoing conflict, or was this just out of the blue?
The story does not indicate, Steve, so I don't really know. Maybe he just wanted to show him his wiener. Yeah, take a look at this. All right, now, Delco. Here we go.
Okay, what town?
Well, it's a 5th grade teacher with the Haverford Township School District.
Okay. That's actually better than Levittown.
Facing charges after he was allegedly caught pleasuring himself in public at White Marsh Memorial Park in Ambler and then again at Lenape Park in Sellersville while on bail.
Okay.
As previously reported, Matthew Paul Gaggett was charged on July 8th with 1 count of open lewdness for allegedly pleasuring himself in Lenape Park. Following that report, They learned that Gaggett had been charged with similar crimes in March when Horsham Township police responded to 2 witnesses who allegedly saw a man spanking it in the cemetery. Police said that they were dispatched to White Marsh Cemetery for a report of a man exposing himself. Investigators spoke with a pair of witnesses who provided a statement. At first, they believed the male was urinating, but then noticed his actions didn't match up. They said he was pleasuring himself with his pants open. Police said that the couple walked in the opposite direction from the man, but looked back and saw the man walking away from a headstone in their direction. The couple said the man was reported, and I quote,
all right,
helicoptering his penis as they walked away.
Yes. All right.
So I was going to say.
I think we have a winner.
Well, I was going to say, I think I win because it's less worse because my guy wasn't pleasuring himself. He just exposed himself. Our guy's walking around and whacking himself all over the place.
My judging parameters are completely different.
But the fact that he was doing helicopters, I don't know.
Well, I think Delco wins because the guy doesn't actually live in Delco. He only works there.
In Delco?
He's from Montgomery County.
But you'll claim the helicopter pilot that saved everybody who had nothing to do with Delco just because he crashed in Delco.
No. We didn't talk about the helicopter because he didn't save it. It was the Delconians that came in and saved the day.
Helicopter pilot?
The helicopter. Yeah.
So, by the way, the dog walking couple told police they returned to their vehicle and witnessed the same man emerging from the same area. Police reported the man was then actively behind a female walker and pleasuring himself as she was looking at her phone.
No, see, this guy's dangerous. My guy just wanted to air it out.
Yeah, no, I got to say, if you're talking for... I'm judging on what is the more outlandish story, and I think
the winner
Delco's
is
taking it.
Gaggett denied the allegations, according to police, stating
His name is Gaggett.
He was just urinating by a tree and walking through the cemetery to, quote, clear his mind.
Yeah.
As a result,
I'm going to go piss in the cemetery. Just frees me up a bit.
As a result of the investigation, police charged Gaggett with 2 counts of indecent exposure. And now he has since waived both his preliminary hearing and formal arraignment. While out on bail, police allege that Gaggett was caught a second time in public. In that case, the Percy Borough Police Department was called to Lenape Park for a report of an individual who appeared to be touching himself. A woman said she was near a scout cabin in the park system when she saw a man across the creek on the Sellersville Armory side who appeared to be touching himself.
Okay, Percy. Is Percy Bucksco?
Yeah, I think it is.
I think Bucksco wins.
Oh, man.
Or loses.
So anyhow, the investigators say they made contact with Gaggett at the park, and he matched the description provided by the woman, at which time Gaggett denied that he was pleasuring himself. The woman later provided a statement to police alleging Gaggett was pleasuring himself as he stared at her from across the river.
I think Gaggett takes it, but when we were talking, the geography, though, doesn't quite sync up, right?
It doesn't.
He's
and
all
also,
over the place.
He is. I do have a question.
He's a traveling Gaggett.
There's a good chance that he was just shaking it off. Some people shake more vigorously than
Taylor
others.
Swift?
But, like Good Charlotte said, you shake it once, you're fine. Shake it twice, it's okay. You shake it 3 times, now you're playing with yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
So all I knew is that he was a Haverford Township school district.
Yeah, he taught a bunch of people that I know.
Teacher. All right. And then we'll do...
Did he really?
I just got a text from my friend. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He taught at least my friend's 2 children.
Wow. Are they familiar with this story?
You know what?
I'm curious.
I know. I looked up Swenson, and we don't have any mutual friends. So.
Okay.
All right, here's a completely different story. The tenants of an apartment building in one Toronto neighborhood say that they were issued a letter from management after items including human waste were allegedly thrown from balconies to workers below. Or at workers, not to them. Hey,
here you go.
Catch.
Hey, do you have any bags of poop?
The letter was shared on Reddit's
I'll throw some down.
Toronto board. The poster explained that a friend who lives in the apartment building in the St. Jamestown neighborhood received the letter. And they said, yes, they're still without power, which is nuts, though the elevator works now. But can you imagine flinging poop at the people trying to fix the situation?
That's all I think about.
The letter details how property management became aware of a small group of residents who had allegedly been repeatedly interfering with, threatening, and or harassing members of an electrical contracting team. Reports of unacceptable behavior include throwing human waste from upper-level balconies at workers below.
That's not right.
Aggressive language and or hostile interactions, the letter says. Not having power for a week would be frustrating for anyone, but most people in Reddit's comments section were shocked about the alleged poop tossing in this particular incident. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, our guest is on the line and ready to go. And we always love talking to him, man. He's our guy.
He is our guy.
Many, many times throughout the years. He's got a gig coming up in Stone Harbor. It's going to be at the Harbor Square Theater. And it is this Sunday, I believe, right?
Yes.
Tickets available at joematarese.com. Please welcome our friend Joe Matarese.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Joe. How you doing, bud?
No idea if my mic is on, but
yeah, we can hear
on.
you.
Is it hot? How are you?
You got a hot mic there, bub. We're good, man.
Good. It's good to see that you guys are in the new technology. Finally.
Yeah.
How many years did you go without Zoom?
We've been Zooming for quite a while.
Yeah, we've been Zooming for a while.
The hell have you been?
Yeah, we usually just get you in studio, but honestly, I mean, the Zoom stuff started taking off about 4 years ago with the pandemic.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, in fact, we conduct many interviews. It shows how much you listen, Joe.
I do listen. That's what's weird.
My guess is you're spending too much time.
I remember the last time it was a phoner, but this is good. Now you can hear me, but you guys look like you're on the moon, but I like it.
Well, we love the way you've decorated the wall behind you in your studio.
yeah.
Yeah, it's sweet, isn't it?
And then also, do you have a prison tattoo? Like, what's going on underneath your left eye?
Your left eye. There's something on there. What is that?
Can you see that?
Yeah, it looks like a heart.
That's why I'm upset that we're doing Zoom, because usually I can hide my face flaws.
What face flaw?
My OCD kicked in. I don't know if this is an Italian thing, but I've had one of those skin tags on my face.
Did you rip it off yourself?
And instead of going to a dermatologist like a normal person would do, I just started scratching it.
Oh.
I think it is an Italian thing.
What?
I think it is an Italian thing. My dad tries to rip them off all the time. I'm like, you're going to bleed to death.
Yeah. Stupid me. I went on YouTube after I got the big scab on my face, and I saw a guy saying you need iodine, which made me think of Brian Regan's bit. He told me you need iodine and crushed garlic and sit it on a Band-Aid right there for 2 days. I'm like, yeah. I'd rather have a scab that, like you said, it looks kind of like a tear tattoo.
Yeah.
Or something.
Now, and you have to be careful in that region, Joe. Have you ever heard of the Triangle of Death before?
He's not kidding.
No.
I know.
It's this area around your face, around here, that if you are not supposed to pick at or
like a zit that's forming. You don't do anything.
If it gets infected in that area, it can go real bad for you.
What? So
because it's so directly close to the nasal passages and then kind of the nexus of everything in your brain.
Yeah.
Most people who screw with their face the way you did, their brains explode.
Well, now that I'm from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, I will be calling my Cherry Hill mom now after this interview, and she will say, "Just put some salve on it."
Yes,
put some
salve.
Yeah.
I'm fine if I put little Neosporin and some garlic.
Oh, right. You could have just gone to the dermatologist and been in and out in like 15 minutes and had no scab and probably no scar.
Well, Kathy, I don't know if you've tried to make an appointment for a doctor in 2024.
Well, okay, you're right. You're right.
I called. Guess what my appointment is? This is like a joke.
All right, let me take a guess. You just called. Okay, I'm going to guess September.
I was thinking November.
Well, hang on. When did you call?
I called 2 days ago.
All right, I'm going to say 8 months.
Yeah, I'm going to say 8. Well, can I guess the same as you, Kathy? I'm
sure.
going to say
Casey and I are going to say 8 months.
8 months.
Preston.
Well, now that I started watching the Pete Rose documentary on HBO, we could probably get him involved, and he would take the over/under.
So when is it?
November 26th. It's like right before Thanksgiving.
That's crazy.
Dude, Preston got it.
That's crazy.
I said I'll be dead by then. I'm like, and I wasn't even calling for just this skin tag.
Yeah.
I got other stuff. I've never had one of those check your whole body.
Oh, yeah. Joe, I do that. Casey and I, we have the same dermatologist do that yearly. Without question, you got to get on schedule with a derm.
Yep.
I mean, and it's you're full on naked. They go over every square inch of your body, but you feel better leaving there knowing, okay.
Someone has pictures of you.
Yeah, somebody's got pictures of my taint.
You know how you fix it. You just put your glasses on. Look.
Well, yes, the rim was just the rim obscures it.
You can still see it. Yeah, you need thicker rims or something.
No, Joe, when you call, you just have to say that you're really concerned about something that you found on your, and then they'll get you in quicker than November.
Yep. She's right.
Call back. Maybe you could call for me.
I can call for you.
You and my mom.
Hey, by the way, so is it an Italian thing? You know, because you mentioned that being an Italian thing, removing the skin tags, but also to kind of home remedies, fix stuff on your own without going to the doctor. Is that
must
indicative?
be because I did do research. They sell these little razor knives with a handle on them.
Yep.
Like, yeah. The only if I bought that little razor with the handle, I'd be cutting stuff off my body for I'd have patches of blood. I would.
You know
die.
what, Joe? I had a wart on the back of my arm, and I actually can't remember if it was my left or my right arm, and it was there, and it got. But I just tore it off.
Yeah.
And it
You
never
just tore it off.
I tore it off, and then it never came back.
I think, Joe, because Kathy's mom, there's this big sort of like Dr. Quinn medicine woman kind of thing where you just do it yourself. And Preston's father, like frontier medicine. Mm-hmm. And it seems to be something that, like an old world quality.
My dad would gnaw things off.
Well, my dad, who is 100% Italian, he snapped his femur in half, and he called my brother, not 911, and said, "No, I don't need an ambulance. Just put me in the car." My brother goes, "No, I can't."
Dude, ambulances are expensive.
How are we going to segue this into the comedy special?
Well, I was going to ask you, by the way, with this little flourish on your face, you got a gig coming up on Sunday. You can't just avoid that. That's going to have to work its way into your conversation with the audience.
Well, more importantly, I'm here to plug the brand new special that came out on YouTube. So you can see me there without the skin tag scab on the special. And yes, this Sunday, if you come to the Harbor Square, you're going to, I don't know, you think this will clear up by Sunday?
No, definitely not. By the way, so it's Mullets and Mixtapes. You were on with us not that long ago to talk about the tour that you were doing, featuring all kinds of visuals and stuff like that. And is this all translating into the YouTube special as well?
It's all there. It had a really high budget, there's long stories behind that. And it just came out about 3 weeks ago on my YouTube page, as most comedians are putting their specials on their YouTube pages now, and it's doing terrible on YouTube. It's very sad, and I need some local love.
All right, we can certainly do that. I mean, you got a lot of fans in the area.
Free.
So,
it's free.
Yeah, it's free. You have a ton of local love in the area. You do address stuff that is going to resonate. Listen, your comedy's universal. You're like the Gandhi of comedians, but. I would say this is that there's a specific extra little bit of oomph if you're in the area, and that's what makes you, and I'm sure the special now, people check it out because the stuff is great. It's nostalgic. And when you talk about an enhanced budget, what kind of budget were we talking about, if I may ask?
This had about $125,000 budget on it.
Dude.
Which is considered low in the Netflix world, but in the self-produced world, it's like 5-6 times what most of the comedians are spending now because you can't make your money back.
Yeah.
But I had a weird situation where I had a manager who got a grant from the government, and he made the special with the grant. Even though I told him that he's wasting his money, he said, "You're spending way too much. You should save money for advertising." And not spend it all on the budget, because the budget isn't what makes people go watch it on YouTube. It's you need to get eyes on it, and that's where the advertising dollars.
Sure. That's where you're going to make your money. Yeah.
And so now it's got a really high budget, and I'm trying to get out there, like why I'm on your show, and get people to go into YouTube and just pipe in Mullets and Mixtapes. It's all about the 80s. Half the stage looks like my son's bedroom in 1982, or my bedroom in 1982, and the other half of the stage looks like my 16-year-old son's bedroom now. And it's kind of what the special is about, is the cross worlds of growing up in the 80s versus raising kids. And it has about a 20-foot LED screen behind me where we project images from the 80s throughout the show that sometimes it's bigger laughs than what I'm saying. Just to pick laughs.
It's pretty awesome. Well, listen, I'm sure just a slow start, but I'm sure it'll pick up momentum. But I mean, do you like the multimedia thing? It sounds like it's simultaneously a pain in the ass and a lot of fun.
You just nailed it. That's exact. I don't do it anymore. So when you come and see me live, that show is done. It was filmed a year and a half ago, and it finally came out. So usually I work on something for about 2 years, and then I get on to a new hour. So that's where I am right now. So that had something to do with it. Dude, when I was practicing it in comedy clubs to get it ready to shoot, I was lugging a huge TV into my car and plopping that behind me on stage because a lot of those clubs didn't have multimedia screens, you know?
Right.
Or you'd run into a theater where they would have front projection and you're standing in front of the ray coming out to project your image. So I was like, this is such a pain. There's a reason why comedians got into comedy. It's so you don't have to be like a band. You don't need roadies. You don't have to load your car. You show up and tell your jokes and go home.
It's funny though, because it seems like you're creating your own misery, because we remember you freaking out because there was a flickering light at the Camp Out for Hunger show. And here you're having 9,000 different things, technologically speaking, that can go wrong.
Yeah. And I don't know how. Well, we left one thing that went wrong in the credits at the end of the special because I was drinking a water during the special and I opened it and it spilled on the stage, right? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden I could hear talking upstairs. And I realized it was the director and his crew trying to figure out if they need to stop me.
Right.
Because how are they going to edit if there's a big water spill on the stage, right?
Yep.
So I literally, we left that in the credits because me going, I'm on stage going, I think the director's talking during my special. What's going on? I go, I know you're afraid that this can't be edited out. Do you need that wiped up? And then they literally, it was like a Sixers game. 3 guys had to come out with towels and wipe down the stage and then leave. And if you guys know me, my neuroses sometimes becomes funny. So we left it in the credits, just me being neurotic and the director being even more neurotic. I would have went on with the puddle. I didn't care.
We'll look for that at the end of the special. Yeah.
All right, so the special is out now, and Joe wants you to watch it. We can vouch. Joe is hilarious. If you've never seen a Joe Matarese special before, Mullets and Mixtakes, it is on YouTube now, and of course the gig at Stone Harbor, it's Harbor Square Theater, is this weekend at 9:00 on Sunday. So go see Joe, man.
Gotta imagine now you're going to draw a lot of prisoners and ex-cons with your tattoo.
Got that. Well,
stop cutting things off your face.
And if you're going to be at the Phillies game Tuesday night, I'll be there against the Yankees.
Nice.
So, I'll be standing behind home plate with this scab.
To throw off the opposing pitcher.
All right, Joe.
A lot of walks by the Yankees. It's because of my scab.
Nice. Go see your dermatologist, though, dude, for real. And it's good to talk to you again, man. We appreciate it. Joe Matarese, our good friend on the program. We do have to take a break. Oh, there's song Joey for him, of course. We will come back in just a moment or two. A little bit later on. Michael Z. Hall is joining us. We got a few other things to get to. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't drunk text your ex. Text MMR instead at 39.
Surströmming.
Say that again.
Surströmming.
There's no way you can do that.
Surströmming.
Yeah, awesome.
Surströmming. Now,
Surströmming.
Now, Antonina brought me this stuff. She said that we have to open this in the studio. Have you yourself opened a can of this before, Antonina?
I haven't.
Well, then why are we doing it? No! You have an authentic Swede who's, see, he was lulled by your, he's like, so Antonina says, and Antonina says this, and so we're figuring, well, she's done it before.
Right.
It's something she's done. It's going to be good on-air stuff. Mm-hmm. It turns out you've never done it.
You said, by the way, that when I open this, it kind of sprays out, and I have to be careful, right?
Yeah, Yeah, do you have glasses on?
We actually,
we
we
do.
have goggles that we're wearing. So, Steve, hold this.
All right.
Right here. Nick, hold this over that in
All right,
case
so
we get
we're
a spray.
shielding it.
All right.
Okay.
hang on. Wait a second. You guys have you're home and gagging already. You got your puke buckets ready?
Yeah. Well, they're behind us here.
Right behind us.
I may need it right here because, listen, the smell of anything dead flesh rotting will make me vomit.
And if you vomit, I might vomit.
Oh, so you're a chain vomiter.
Well, guess what? We're going to daisy chain then because I am as well.
I really do hope somebody throws up, but not me.
All right. And Bill really needs to be in here for this.
I know, but he won't. He won't do it.
Oh God.
Okay,
I am scared crapless.
The durian fruit smell.
I know.
Yeah.
And we're about to
Everyone
dive.
has to take a
Wait.
big, what do you say? Breathe in, like.
Oh yeah.
All right,
we
will. We will.
inhale.
We will
Okay.
inhale.
Kathy's high.
All right, I'm gonna
Hold it down low.
I'm gonna start to open this.
Okay. All right.
Here we go. I'm doing it slowly so it
Okay.
doesn't explode. But I'm gonna bring the mic
Jesus
down here.
Christ.
Here we go. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh God! It's spraying everywhere.
Did it get on the floor?
No, but it's like a Viking, an excited
Behind
Viking.
you, Preston. Behind
Are
you.
you gonna throw up? Oh my God.
He's gagging.
Have you guys breathed in yet?
Yes. I can't do this.
Thank God I can't smell it.
This is the worst thing ever. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please stop it. Can we end? We have to end the
he's
segment.
I can't even smell it.
This is Casey. Don't ever come over here.
Move this.
Don't
Move this.
No. Oh God, Preston. No.
I'm getting it.
No.
It's horrible.
Terrible.
Are you going?
This is so. Oh my God, it's getting worse. It's getting.
You know what? I'm now nostalgic for the durian fruit.
I can't. This is the.
Preston is throwing up.
I can't work here.
He's gonna go. You remember Preston? Preston almost vomited when we drank mother's milk.
I can't work here.
I can. It's not even the smell that's making me gag. It's Preston gagging.
What are they doing down at Ben?
Come over here.
No, I'm not gonna come over there.
Come on over.
I'm gonna work it.
All right.
He hasn't even opened it all.
All right. So I'm gonna do it. All right. I'm gonna complete it.
No, don't!
Dude, it's.
I don't think you
I'm
need
doing it.
Look at my eyes.
Stop it! Dude, Steve, stop!
You sprayed it all over the studio.
Shot in the face!
Oh, I got shot in the face.
Literally just
It's like a Viking.
I'm so glad I'm over.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the Viking way, Nick.
It's on Nick's beard. It's
on?
stuck in Nick's beard.
God.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. It's on your hat.
Okay, I can't.
We made a commitment.
I can
Smell.
I already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Because I'm not breathing out of my nose right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't.
Do you want me to open it with the top?
No, don't
I'll
open
do
it
it.
anymore. Don't open
I
it
swear
anymore.
to God, I'll do it.
Don't open it anymore, dude.
No.
I need a bath.
Don't open it anymore.
I think Nick needs to go home.
I can't believe.
Do you know what this smells like?
Sorry.
All
Awesome, right?
I'm going to say it. A really old hooker.
She smells better.
Oh, my God. I'm bizarrely enough, I'm
love
okay.
old hookers.
The durian might be a little worse for me than this.
Get out of here.
Impressive.
Steve.
When you open that again and I watch it spray,
Oh, my God.
sprayed all over you.
I got it in the face, man.
Casey, it's stuck in Nick's
Somebody
beard.
get him a tissue or something.
No, you need to go. You
I
need
got
to
some baby wipes.
sanitize your face.
It's like a bad porn movie.
Look, there are people on the other side of the glass that are holding stuff up to their noses.
Oh, you guys can smell it?
All right.
Connor, can you smell it?
Wet them. Connor, can you wet it?
Yeah, wet it, Connor.
I need.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Chuck came down the hall. He's covering his nose.
We have to leave this studio.
No, I think we're okay.
I don't think so.
All right, you guys
You
can
got
leave.
stuff shoved in your nose, dude.
Listen.
can smell it in my
Man
office.
up.
I came prepared, guys.
Preston, everybody. I'm too far gone. You can leave. I'll handle it. There's no hope for me, but save yourselves.
Seriously.
All right.
Get it off my head.
Wait, Chuck, you can smell it down the hall.
You can smell it in my office.
Are you kidding?
And our doors are shut.
Yeah, don't open the door.
So let's get this out of here then.
We've been.
Are we getting this out of here?
We're under quarantine now. What did you say, Antonina?
Let's eat it.
No.
Who is eating it?
All right, give me a fork. Give me a fork. Let's get this done.
Give me a gun.
Give me a fork.
Because I want to die.
Give Steve a fork.
Give me a fork. I'll goddamn eat this, but I want it out of here after I do that.
Hold on, I'll give you a fork.
Give me something. I'm not going to lick it off the can.
Why not? Oh, God.
There you go. I got a fork for you, buddy.
All right.
Do it like the Vikings. Take it with the finger. Just shove it in.
Do it like a Viking?
It smells so bad.
I want you. All right.
This is so much worse than I'd anticipated.
What?
Oh, my.
And it's popular?
Lord.
Preston, you're sweating.
Oh, it's stringy. Ah!
I can't believe you're eating it.
Preston, watch Steve eat it.
Oh, God. I can't even walk.
Oh, it's dripping off the
I'm in
floor.
horror.
Steve, I can't believe you're going to do this.
All right. Well, you know.
I might throw up just from you eating it.
My nose is running.
Oh, my God.
I feel like... Oh, God.
Oh, my God, he ate it. He ate it. and now he's slamming water. I need a tissue. My nose is running.
My nose is running.
All right, so you want to know what it's like?
You see this booger hanging out of my nose?
Hell yes. This whole thing is so disgusting.
It's like having the devil finish in your mouth.
Oh, my God.
Kind of salty, right?
Oh.
Yes, insanely salty.
God. Oh, my God.
Listen to you laughing, you malicious Swede, you. All right.
What are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do?
We got to get it out of here now.
Gotta get it out of here.
We got to get it out of here now.
Don't you have like a small
Give me
shot
some gloves.
glasses so you can take a shot?
Oh, get out of here.
No,
Get
there's
the hell outta
no.
here.
What we really need to start doing is just like getting hair and burning it and like anything else that
Smells bad?
That smells bad.
There are look on the counter. There are splatter patterns here. Do you see this?
Yes.
And we gotta clean this up.
I'm gonna put this in this baggie now.
Thank you. Thank God.
Now.
Stuck on Nick's beer.
I can't believe we did this. This smell is going to linger in here for a month.
I know.
All right, it is in the baggie. I'm sealing it up.
We should try to light matches.
Listen to her laugh.
We should have done this in Bill's office.
It still would have made it down here.
Yeah, it would have been.
It would have been better, Steve.
Would have been better than this.
How do you seal this, Preston?
Oh, Marissa's starting to spray
Fine.
the
blue and red make
Febreze.
purple.
Hang on a second. I think you got it.
Good.
Oh, no, wait. Here we go.
Holy God Almighty!
That's inhuman.
I cannot listen, and I'm telling everyone listening to this, we are not even remotely kidding.
Oh my God!
It is. It instantly flushed the entire studio with an incredibly powerful, salty, pungent stink.
I can't. I have no words to describe that as far as to give you an idea of what it didn't smell like rotting. Had asked a question of us that he actually wanted us to, I guess, take a guess at on the air.
Yeah,
because we're your concierges.
Yes, you are, and I wasn't sure exactly. As I don't know which direction this story will take us as far as topic is concerned.
Okay.
So it started with this question, Preston. I decided on Monday morning that I was going to change out the faucet at my house because the faucet was broken, and I tried to repair it and fix it. Just the little the little knob that turns the water on and off would come off. Whatever.
So we send Rochelle over and she'll.
I had already changed the faucet before, and I was like, okay, I think I can do this, and I need a little project to do today, so let me get this done. So my question to you is this, Preston: how many trips to the hardware store did it take for me to put in one faucet?
Right, one faucet.
I will go conservative and say 3 because two would not be enough for you to ask us. To answer that.
All right.
And then after that, it would just get ridiculous. What do you think?
I agree with you, and I agree with your thinking. But however, I'm going to say maybe it transcended that because we recently have heard of the ceiling fan mishap on the porch.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go 5.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. I was going to say, maybe you got really good at it. Or you do like what I do, and it's 0 times and you hire a plumber.
Call Horizon.
Just trying to save some monies here.
I'm going to say 4.
4?
I think it became a running joke in your own head, and you couldn't believe how many times you ended up going. So I'm going to vote 6.
Okay.
So it's a running joke in my head because literally, if I'm doing a project like this, and I'll call this a project.
Yeah.
If I'm doing a project like this, I literally can't just go to the hardware store one time. Okay. It's always at least a 2-trip experience.
Because you forget something?
No, because I F something up.
Oh.
Because I
Okay.
messed something up, and I messed up royally on
But
that.
Case, even professionals, when you hire someone, I mean, they'll come to your house. They have to assess what's going on, and they at least do one trip to the store, right?
And I used to not mess with plumbing ever, but this is kind of like it's almost like fixing your toilet, like with the things in the tank of your toilet. That's not plumbing.
It is, but it is also something that would fall in the easier level, we presume easier level of home repair.
Right.
I've done my share of it. I've fixed the toilet a few times. But yeah.
But
my inclination,
I am so
Horizons. I
know.
I swear to God,
I'm so confident.
Pulled my ass out of the fire so many times.
I'm so confident in my ineptitude that there was another time where I went to the Harbor Freight in Rio Grande in Preston, and I'm buying something. I was trying to drill into concrete, and this lady, she takes me through the whole process, and as I'm leaving the store, I go, hey, thank you so much. I go, and I'll probably see you about a half an hour. Guess what? I saw her a half hour later.
But what I was going to say is, for a professional, if they're going to the store once, right, for your project, if you go twice, I think that's not a big deal.
Okay, so
how many times?
Let me ask you this question, because on my second trip, so we know it was more than one. On my second trip, I didn't want to have to drive all the way to Rio Grande to go to a hardware store, so I went past the hardware store that was in Wildwood Crest on Astor Avenue.
All right, it's just called the hardware store.
It's just called the hardware store.
Yeah,
okay.
all right. Mm-hmm.
That is not only closed, but it's not even, they completely tore it down. It's just a blank lot.
What?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know. But all I needed was like one little piece, I thought. So does that count as a trip as well? Because that will dictate who wins and who loses the contest.
Well, then we're assuming 3.
It was 3.
Okay.
But that was part of the second trip to the hardware store. So when I got to the hardware store the second time, when I just thought I needed oh my God. I got to this point of the process where I was trying to connect these hoses, and the one hose wasn't connecting. Right?
You're replacing a something that you're saying.
The threads. The threads from the hose were not connecting with the threads on the pipe under the sink.
Right.
And I'm like, there's something going on here. And the print in the instructions, Steve, was so
tiny,
small. I'm like, and it makes me not want to read the directions. Right. So. Or read them properly. Right. So what I thought I was reading was that, sometimes the connections don't mix, so you cut the tube, and then you put this other little thing on there. And so I cut this tube.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
For the faucet.
Oh, no.
And so when I go to the hardware store and I'm looking for this thing that I'm going to try and put on the end of this tube that I'd cut, which I should not have cut.
No,
I should not.
My line of thinking is you never cut the hose itself.
And then so I asked the gentleman at who works at the hardware store. I'm like, hey, and he's like, he's asking me questions. Steve, I'm like, I'm not a plumber.
Yeah.
I play fart sound effects for a living. Like that's like I'm not part of that committee. So the way he's talking to me, I'm like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it because he was making me feel dumb. But I'm like, this isn't what I do for a living. This, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm smart.
Yeah. I
can handle things. I'm smart.
When I told him that I cut the tube, he paused as if I told him that I shot my dog.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, my God.
He's like, you did what? And I'm like, oh, no. I'm like, because that's all the way at my house. So when he says that, I go, I'm going to have to go all the way home, grab that thing, and then come back for a third trip.
Aren't I?
Yeah. So he goes, you cut the tube? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, you need a new faucet. And he just walked away.
Walked away. That's not cool.
That is not cool.
Let me double back. Let me double back a second, because when you first said that you didn't like the way he was speaking to you, do you think he knew that you didn't know what you were doing, and purposefully was talking above your head to make himself feel superior?
He was condescending to you.
There was definitely
condensation.
Condensation.
Why is he being so condensating?
Why is it raining here? He was definitely being condescending.
Being very condensed.
And I didn't care for that. But there was also, like, there's just verbiage. And, like, I was like, are you talking about the pipe under the sink or the faucet? You know what I mean? I'm like, what are we actually speaking about here? You're asking me questions, and I don't know which apparatus you're speaking of. So, like, let's figure out, let's get a...
Are you someone who attempts to come in with what you believe to be the jargon to kind of... So that this happens all the time, and guys who do automotive repair will say that guys will come around and go, and they think they're speaking accurately about repairs, but they don't know what they're talking about.
I try not to do that too much because then you end up sounding dumber.
Well, to me, I learned a long time ago. I know nothing about this. Lead me by the nose, and once you set that groundwork, it's like, so either you're going to proceed and help me, or I go to someone else.
Yeah. Kath?
No, I was just going to say, so like my returns and getting things that, that you should be getting, I feel like I should come to the store with you because I've said to people before.
This is my mother.
Well, no, like I've said to people before, is there somebody helpful here? And like said it nice, not rude or whatever, and like immediately got a different, person to deal with.
But you set the parameters. You said, is there someone helpful here? I am looking for help, and I will know it when I see. So in a quasi passive aggressive way, that's how you're framing it. The passive aggressive tool is such a wonderful tool to have with you at all times because you can sort of get done what you want to get done without really coming in like a sledgehammer.
You know what, Kath? And most of the time, when I need to ask a question at a hardware store, I look for not an employee, but a contractor.
Oh, somebody.
And I have done that in Preston. You've been with me where I'm like, I'll eye a guy up. And that's what, when I was installing my outdoor shower, I looked at this guy. I'm like, this dude looks like he might be able to like tell me how.
Finally, someone who won't be condensation.
So Kath, not only, I hit this guy up, but dude, he does this for a living. Yeah. So I ended up having him come to my house and drill these holes into the cement. Because I didn't know that I had to do that, and I was talking to this, and he didn't condense all over me or anything. He just helped me out.
I also have to say, and again, shout out to my True Value, which is in Roxborough on Ridge. Love those guys, because I go in and I simply say, this is what I need to do. And then they know what level I'm at. Okay, you do this, you take this, and then you know what? I'm going to get it started for you here. So I'm going to hook this up and do this. And that makes all the difference in the world. I don't think you have that relationship yet with this place.
No, Kath, and by the way, when I returned it, and I brought the whole thing that I broke, and I returned it, the lady was like, well, what was the problem? And I said, it was, and I didn't lie, I said it was a user malfunction. And she's like, what? I'm like, I broke it. And I was like,
you're very funny.
I said I was trying to install it and I broke it and I need a new one. Hopefully you won't charge me for a full new one because these things are like $200 a piece.
Yeah.
So I just got store credit and it was good. And I went and I changed it out and I still don't have hot water. I don't know how that happened. But we do have water.
Okay.
So water is
just
running. Just in the sink, we can't get hot water. But.
Right.
You know what, too, though, Case? I also find, at least, in my situation, if I go to a hardware store, for employees, that is a good idea to eye somebody up who might be a contractor, but the employees I think are more than willing to help women. Like I think they're nice. Like almost look at you like you don't know how to do this, but me it's like, oh well, you probably don't know how to do this, so let me help you.
So will you play that up?
No, but I just find that they're helpful because they know I can't do it or I don't know what I'm doing.
My whole experience that day, Kath, when I got up, I was going. Oh, Press, were you going to say something? Did I cut you off?
No, go ahead.
I was in the sink and I dropped a washer down my cleavage.
I'm going to read a text here in a moment when you're done.
Earlier in the day, I had already planned on doing the faucet, and then we were quoted. We have a hole that we needed patched up, and we were quoted by a handyman $950 to patch up the hole. I was like, you know what? I said, I'm going to do that for now. Like,
I can do this.
I'll just watch a YouTube video and I'll figure out how to drywall, fix a hole. And after I got done this whole thing, I was like, I'm paying $950 for this dude because I'll just make the hole worse.
So here's a text from somebody that says, dude, they talk that way because if you're going to try it on your own, they assume that you've watched like 30 YouTube videos to get familiar with the term. And so you're supposed to stop people. Hang on a second here. This is broken up. All let us know when we stop making sense. He said you're supposed to stop people when you don't know a term and ask, not just nod, having an inner monologue of, I don't know that. And this person says, it's worse when you talk to a mechanic or auto body place about what you're doing to a car because we will automatically assume that you did some research and will let us know when we stop making sense.
So he's making the exact point I make. I don't know any of this. I know nothing about this.
But have you been in a conversation with someone like that? And I'll use an example because Peanut right now, Mr. Peanut is doing some work on our deck. We're getting this redone at our house. And Rochelle knows the language. Yeah. She knows the language of construction and contracting and stuff. And he'll start talking to me and he'll start throwing out words like joist and, and all these other things. And I'm like, three of them will come rapid fire and I'll just nod and go, okay.
So wait,
and I don't know what he's talking about.
Joyce, why are you guys putting on like medieval gear and getting on horseback and joisting each other?
Yeah, but I mean that's just one term, and there are several of them. And I'll be like, and if you rattle off, I might ask what the first one is, and then you throw two or three more out, and I'm like, this is going to take too much time for me to stop and have
talk to my wife.
Give me stop and give me remedial construction lessons.
Do you know where I kind of, because I occasionally would do that, I think we all sort of reflexively default to doing that a little bit. When I was learning, getting back to shooting and using, firearms and for target, target sports, and I realized, man, this is not the time to act like I know.
No,
not at all.
Yes.
This could really end in the death of someone.
Yeah.
So I figure if I'm going to do that, just don't put on airs, don't pretend, don't think. Just go in and actually, most of these guys, Kathy, most of these people, they're thrilled to be able to. Oh well, let me show you how it's done. Yeah. That's what they're there for.
Steve, I agree with you 100%. But there is that part of my brain, and I know you go through it too. And Casey, I think this is kind of what is sort of the impetus for you sometimes, because I deal with it as well. Is that you do want to learn how to do this kind of stuff, right? So you think I'm trial by error. I'm going to get some stuff wrong, and then maybe by my mistakes, I'll figure the stuff out. But then you get into it and you're like, well, all right, this is happening again, and I'm terrible at it. Last weekend, real simple job. I just needed to take the caulk off around the tub and apply new caulk. And by the way, that's CAULK. That's the word I'm saying.
We're using black caulk?
No, I was using white caulk, which comes in a smaller bottle.
If you by accident, be careful, because if you get that black caulk in your mouth,
I know
you're never going to go back.
It gets everywhere. Two of them at the same time. So,
oh my God.
Anyway, I was terrible at it. And all you have to do, you can use your freaking finger
and a wet
to
paper
smooth
towel.
it out. Yeah, and I just was like, I'm getting it all over the tub, I'm getting it all over the tube or whatever. And I'm like, should I have hired a plumber for this?
A professional
Am I that inept to do any of these jobs?
Did anybody condense all over you?
No condensing at all.
Good.
I think also another thing is that I'm not going in saying, hey, I want to try that. I want to do this myself. I'm going to learn how to do this. I'm like, what do I buy? Tell me what to buy. Tell me what I go home with.
To the point of I and I know you agree with this, Preston. For things I've learned, I'm teaching myself all sorts of stuff using the YouTube videos. Sure, it has been a godsend. And so I do try to go in a little bit armed when I'm going to go ask for something, just a little bit. So my brothers-in-law are all contractors, and my one brother-in-law who's done everything on the house, did a phenomenal job. We wanted to hang mats by the cat boxes, plastic runners. And I sort of designed an idea in my mind about how I wanted it done. Yeah. And so he had set it up one way with like using this kind of Gorilla tape, and it wasn't working. And I thought there's got to be a way to sink hooks into the concrete. And I know this is an easy thing for other people, but I watched a video, and you know what I did? She was a woman who was a contractor, and I got myself a hammer drill.
Yes.
And I got
that's what I got.
And I also learned. And she also talked about using the liquid air to spray the dust out, and then to sink the hooks the proper way. And that friggin' thing has stayed up for years.
It's
and
funny.
when you do stuff like that, Preston, you'll agree with this. It's like, I did it. I learned it. I can do it.
I'm doing it. By the way, here's a great tip for you. If you this person texts in and says, if you're attempting to do it yourself, bring pictures with you when talking to professionals.
Great idea.
Photos of everything you're doing, and then that way you can show it to the person.
All right, so when I went to the store...
Oh, that's just my penis.
I cut off... what was going on was that the threads were not connecting. The one thing was bigger. So I cut off the threads of the previous hose that did fit, onto the pipe, and I brought that with me. He's like, wait a second, you got that?
Are you stupid?
Yeah.
You're a moron.
And by the way, that thing that I needed to return to Harbor Freight was a hammer drill because I broke the first one. And
you broke the hammer drill?
Of course I did.
All right, we've had a bunch of people on hold, but we only have time for one call because we have Michael C. Hall is going to be joining us in just a moment. But I want to go to Mario real quick. Mario, good morning.
You put that one back and get one with some cheese on it,
God damn it. An homage to my dad. What's up, bud?
Listen, Casey, you got the right idea, man. I wear orange all the time for work anyway, so every time I go to Depot, sure enough, there's people that wind up asking me, how to do certain things just because they don't want to ask the Depot people because they condensate all over you. The picture thing is a great idea, but here's the thing. I mean, it's a daunting task to try to fix anything yourself that you've never attempted to do before. And it's one of those things where because you're not fully aware of the process, you don't exactly know what to do and what tools that you'll need. So when it comes down to it, it's not necessarily your job to know what this is. So you have the right feelings. You're allowed to have these feelings. You're not allowed to be condensated on.
Yeah, right. No one wants to be condensated.
Mario, I want to feel a little bit more like manly. You know what I mean? And then so I want to take on these projects and feel like I'm.
Is there, Mario? Is there a way to offset it so he wants to feel manly when he's taking on the projects when he goes to the hardware store?
Yeah, absolutely. Just walk in there and act like you know what you're talking about and go back 6 times.
Right, exactly.
Go back 6 times.
What if the first time you go in and you're slightly aroused and look very manly?
That's fine. So you got a good meat print going. But the thing of it is that, if you just go in there and there's times where I still don't know, there's still things that I come across that I'm not sure of. So I wind up asking people, and I just straight talk to them and tell them straight up, like, "Hey, I've never done this before, so I'm looking for something."
Dude, it's something you have to remind yourself of, and you're exactly right, Mario. The thing is that the fear of asking for help, the fear of asking to have someone show you how to do something, and I think a lot of us see it as an imposition, and they don't want to be that guy. But most times, people go, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll show you." I mean,
what's the word? Humbleability,
humbleacity.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm a wordsmith too.
Yeah, we're not going to condense all over.
Cool. Hey, Mario, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, love you.
Love you. Good advice from Mario. That's cool. Listen, don't be afraid to ask for help.
No.
And on a rare occasion, you'll meet somebody who is a little bit snarky about it.
Right.
But for the most part, people do want to share their knowledge. They would like to, here's how I've learned how to do it.
By the way, if it's at a hardware store or a place like that, they're going to be...
in a hardware.
They're going to be selling stuff to you.
Yeah. I forgot to mention to you guys what the actual issue was. It wasn't the threads that were not matching up, by the way. I was trying to connect the faucet to the wrong piece of the pipe. So it wasn't. Oh. Do you know what I'm saying? So then
Are you stupid?
After I cut it and couldn't figure out the thing, I was under I'm like, oh no. It was supposed to connect to this one.
You stupid. You go get your umbrella because I'm going to condensate all over you.
So it would have worked.
It would have worked. And it does work.
That sucks. Wow. All right. Well, thanks for sharing. Maybe we all learned something from this today. All right. We're going to take a break. Come back. Actor and musician Michael C. Hall will be joining us. His band, the Princess Goes Band, is going to be playing at the Underground Arts on Friday, August 9th. So we'll talk to him when we get back. Stay with us. Dish out in the sun or anything like that. It's far more foul. And there's some on this microphone.
It's sprayed everywhere.
Right there. Oh.
Listen, here's the deal.
We're in the studio.
We had to open it a little bit more. Did I know it was going to explode in my face? No, I did not know that.
At its best, it smelled like rotten tuna fish.
All right, so
it's worse
if you need to clear up, I'll clean this.
Best.
But we got to get this out of here.
All right, we do. And we got to go live on Fox here in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to take a break and come back?
Let's do this now.
I'm going to come around there so we can... So hang on, clean up.
I think we need to take a break and come back in like a day or so.
Right, here.
Oh my God. This is awful.
I think we just earned some vacation.
All right, everyone, let me. I'll take it for you here.
I'm absolutely shocked.
Just remember...
that I didn't puke. I came really close
You were
several times.
gagging big time.
Oh, my God. Okay. Thank you, I guess, Antonina.
All right, so when that conversation was wrapping up, Nick, you went, oh.
A didgeridoo is a brass instrument.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
There are some brass instruments made out of wood, like the alphorn, the cornet, the serpent, and the didgeridoo.
I know what the serpent is, but I've never heard
Cornets are made out of?
But
cornet. I don't know that one, Steve.
I don't think it's a coronet. I think, it's a cornet. It looks like something.
Never heard of that.
And there were
neither have
also
I.
text coming through that said that a lot of high school marching band instruments now are made out of plastic, which is way cheaper.
Tickles.
Yeah, I would have been.
Is that Notre Dame?
Let's hear Run Around Sue, everybody.
I'm not really playing anything.
Sure you are.
I would imagine like maybe clarinets and things like that are made out of a plastic. My recorder is made out of a
there you
go. Yeah.
That's made out of ivory from
no, it's
illegally poached elephants.
Right. And a one, and a two, and a...
Hey!
They don't have drums, they just have hands.
Well, how do you make
line.
Now, Preston, are the drums made out of brass?
The drum shells are made out of wood usually, but they have a metal
detector.
No. Believe we are ready. Is everyone prepared for the ritual?
Yes.
We are.
Let us begin.
Welcome, all here today who seek rebirth, to this most sacred celestial event, the solar eclipse. In attendance today are the Council of Elders, being the overlords and lawgivers. They are myself, High Priest Steve, High Priest Preston, High Priest Casey, High Priest Nick, High Priestess Kathy, and High Priestess Marissa. Hi. And as it was in the ancient times and as decreed by the sacred book, we are joined by semi-naked, semi-virgins, provided by Coven Club Risque. Council of Elders, please provide the proper responses as I read from the sacred text. O mighty Son, known to the ancient Romans as Sol, you are so big.
You are so big.
You are so bright.
You are so bright.
You are very hot.
You are very hot.
Crazy hot.
Crazy hot.
I would not touch you.
I would not touch you.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid.
And although you appear close to us, you are very, very far away. Now, High Priest Preston, would you please join me on my side of the altar where the one microphone with reverb is and prepare us for the cleansing ritual.
As it was in the time before time, the cleansing ritual was meant to appease the sun during its time of eclipse, to offer unto it something so stupid, so pathetic, that it would never be able to bring itself to destroy us. In a moment, the Council of Elders and the semi-naked, semi-virgins will surround the Well of Rebirth, which in many ways resembles the toilet we used for St. Patrick's Day. At this time, the chant of the Ancient One shall be performed, and a baby will be brought forth and bathed in the purifying waters. In many ways, this baby will resemble the doll that High Priest Steve accidentally purchased off of Amazon in the time of darkness. Let us begin to begin again.
And so we have gathered at the Well of Rebirth, as it was done in the dark time of the ancient time, before time, in accordance with hammer time. We begin the chant of the Ancient Ones. She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
High Priestess Kathy, will you now come forward and place the baby in the Well of Rebirth?
Bricka bracka firecracker zis boom ba. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
Ra, ra,
ra. It is done!
Oh, I feel like I'm born anew.
It is.
Do you feel it?
I feel cleansed and rebirthed, Steve.
I feel burnt and a little constipated, but I still feel great. I liked how our semi-clad semi-virgin started to burst into dance.
Yes, it was wonderful. At the last moment, at the completion, we had dancing here in the studio. All of us wearing our robes, our cultish robes.
I was impressed, honestly.
It was great. I feel
Kathy,
ready.
You were very good, Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my God! All right, so it is. Hopefully, you joined along at our along in the office, dressed as a druid for our special druid cleansing ritual. Since this is a Kathy-centric conversation, we just wanted to point out the fact that it's her birthday today, and we've got a special birthday present for you, Kathy. If everybody is ready, we're gonna get something special in here for you, Kathy. Remember how you said you wanted to just not even acknowledge that it was your birthday today and keep things kind of quiet? Kathy, we'd like you to meet Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my God! We actually brought Chuck E. Cheese in for Kathy's birthday.
Getting Chuck E. Cheese tickets thrown at
By the
me.
way, this is TV commercial Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
This is the TV commercial. Chuck E. Cheese. Here you go, Kathy. We have a medal for you.
Wow.
We have a special sippy cup for you. That is
look
correct.
at this. Kathy, a
what is
party
this?
pack,
Party pack.
mazes, balloons,
Glasses,
whistles,
slinkies,
a specula.
a Twizzler.
Yeah, very
A
nice.
specula.
I don't know. It looked like it.
Oh my
And now we have also.
Did Pancake have anything to do with this?
No, well, maybe.
We can't reveal our secrets.
Oh, all right, okay, sorry. Oh, Pancake's here.
We have a crown that she's going to put on. Chucky is actually bowing down to Kathy because it is her birthday today. She is the birthday girl.
And who made the cake? You guys put all my favorite things on the cake.
Casey had the cake made.
Here, put it in front of Kathy so she can look at everything. And
Okay.
And tell us what all you
Darth
see.
Vader,
Yep.
space, boogies, ew, possums, seagulls, camping, Star Trek,
Yeah.
a disgusting injury on the foot,
an open wound.
an open wounds, comics, and I know it's Sarah. Oh, because she's my number one. Number one on my
This
list.
is your cake of hate.
Wait,
It's a
there's-
hate cake.
And look just to the bottom right-hand corner of Sarah
Did I miss
Jessica
one?
Parker. What's that? Just
Oh, butthole.
a butthole.
This is your cake, your hate cake.
Yes.
I'm just glad you got my age right on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. 29.
Died laughing.
I'm just thrilled we have Chuck E. Cheese in
We
the
actually
studio.
have the real Chuck E. Cheese. Now, we have to do something, which is apparently it's the Chuck E. Cheese promise,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? This is the Chuck E. Cheese promise. Here it is.
Our birthday stars must perform the Chuck E. Cheese Party Promise. Now raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I state your name.
Very funny. Do hereby promise. To being the star of my birthday at Chuck E. Cheese's.
To be my star at church at Chuck E. Cheese's.
I will have fun, play games, win tickets, and party hard.
I will have fun, win tickets, party hardy, play hard.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
I promise to laugh, smile, sing, dance, clap, jump, hug, high five, and be silly for the rest of the day and not let anything get me down. And if I frown, I will legally change my name to Dr. Droopy Face and move away to a cabin in the mountains where I will operate an ostrich farm and sing songs about cats from outer space. Okay.
He got it.
You don't have to repeat that last part. Just say, let's party!
Let's party!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you today's official Chuck E. Cheese's birthday stars!
Kathy Romano!
Kathy, do you want to do the dance with Chuck E. Cheese?
Okay, what's the dance?
Well, you just have to follow him. That's all.
All right, is there music that we play with this?
Yep, this is it right here.
All right, so here we go with the music now.
Put your hands in the air as you jump up and down.
Okay.
Then you bob side to side, then you turn around. Then give yourself
They're doing everything you hear the song says to do, so
Just give yourself a high five.
clapping hands.
Then you step really high and stomp your feet on the ground. Then you wiggle like a worm, wiggle all over town. Then give yourself a high five.
It's amazing.
Give yourself a high five.
She's doing it.
We do the happy dance for whoever it pleases.
That's the whip and nay-nay.
Everyone is happy when we go to Chuck E. Cheese's now. Everybody wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody.
Oh, he's doing the opposite sides. Normally facing the crowd.
Wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right.
Lift your top.
To the left, and to the right.
Drop your pants.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody. To the left, left.
Kathy, our next guest joining us via Zoom is, well, you know him from shows like Dexter and 6 Feet Under and many other things, but his band is going to be performing, and that's what he's promoting. Coming into town, Princess Goes Band is going to be at the Underground Arts. The show is going to be Friday, August 9th, and you can get tickets at undergroundarts or arts.org. Please welcome Mr. Michael C. Hall to the show. Good morning, Michael.
Hey, good morning.
Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it. And
yeah, my pleasure.
Sorry to give you. I said hi to you in the Zoom earlier, and I gave you a close up of my crotch. I didn't even realize that was.
Yeah, it's all right.
You get it all the time, I'm sure. Yeah.
But to be honest, I'm on my cell phone, so it was a little less overwhelming.
There we go. It wasn't as devastating on a smaller screen.
Yeah.
Michael, clearly we know you from your acting, but obviously to being a touring band and all this stuff, this has been a part of your life since you were a kid, I assume, making music, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've always done a lot of singing. I mean, from the time I was young enough to be a first soprano in a boys choir, and did a lot of that kind of thing, and high school musicals and Broadway musicals once I got out of school. But as far as fronting a band, my first taste of that was when I played Hedwig and Hedwig in the Angry Inch, the Broadway musical, rock musical. That's where I met Peter Yanowitz, our drummer, and through him met Matt Katz-Bowen, our third member, who was music director when that show went out on tour. I wasn't on that, but they put together some instrumental tracks that I heard and noticed there were no vocals, and just for fun, I said maybe I could come to the studio and see what I could come up with no intention of becoming a band, but we've been kind of trying to play catch up with the momentum that, I don't know, serendipitously just revealed itself. The three of us are able to make music together, and it's been a total surprise and like some of the most fun I've had as a performer.
It's funny because you always hear actors want to be rock stars and rock stars want to be actors and so on. So you're getting a taste of both. What's winning so far?
Well, I'm definitely not prepared to give up my day job.
Yeah.
But but I've been able to, Matt and Peter are both busy with other things as well. But the three of us have continued to find a way to make time for the band. There is something unique in my experience to standing on stage and delivering material that I, along with these other guys, came up with, as opposed to, trying to breathe some sense of authentic life into somebody else's idea, which is what you're doing as an actor. So that sort of sets it apart. It's unique in that sense. I'm not saying somebody else's words.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was looking back at your history, and Preston pointed out, obviously, music has been a part of your life. I think some of your earliest jobs were musical theater. Like I think Cabaret on Broadway, right? The revival.
Yeah, my first job where I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to pull this off. Maybe I can actually have a career as an actor was playing the MC in a Broadway production of Cabaret, and I did that. I did it like almost 500 times.
Wow.
I did it for like well over a year. It was, the time of my life in a lot of ways. But yeah, the musical theater thing was I guess the musicals I've done are maybe somewhat out of the box. Cabaret, Chicago, I guess is kind of conventional. I did Lazarus, the Bowie musical, and Hedwig, and so maybe more non-conventional musicals as sort of the way it's worked out, or maybe it has something to do with the sound of my voice. But
no, but let me ask you. Speaking of the unconventional nature of some of the musicals and things you're stepping into that were a little bit on the outside of roles. I saw one listed I'd never heard of, and maybe it was a one-off. Skittles commercial, the Broadway musical. Skittles commercial, the Broadway musical. What is that?
I did a play, or I've done a couple of plays with this playwright, Will Eno, who's an amazing writer, and he was commissioned to write the script for this publicity stunt. I don't know what you call it, but basically they did a Super Bowl commercial for Skittles, but instead of broadcasting it on the Super Bowl, they, on Super Bowl Sunday, staged a full-on musical production centering around Skittles. I played a sort of twisted version of myself. I wore a cat suit. I sang a bunch of songs. I danced. I think my character, in fact, I'm sure of it, died at some point and then showed up as a ghost. But we did it one time only at Town Hall in New York to a packed audience, grand opening, grand closing. And it was pretty hilarious.
Well, the title alone, Skittles commercial, the Broadway musical, I would go see that.
Well, and you remember at the time, those Skittle commercials were kind of avant-garde. They were really weird.
Yeah. They kind of had the reputation for doing things like well outside the box. And I guess they tried to outdo themselves with this one in terms of the...
Isn't that crazy? That sounds like the wildest idea. Especially what makes it so cool, one time only.
Yeah. You get that sense. It's unique. When you're doing a live show, there's the unique experience of opening night, and then you do the run, and then the unique experience of closing night. And it was wild to have it happening for the first and last time simultaneously.
Michael, you impressed me as a guy who embraces the weird. And in fact, your own bandmate, Peter, I read in an article, had described the band, Princess Go's band, as quote unquote, a weird band. And is it fun to you to be a little offbeat, a little strange, have some fun with it?
Yeah, it's not like something I consciously decide. It just keeps happening. I keep making choices or making things that are maybe a little outside the whatever more conventional box might be. But I think our music is difficult to classify. We have a lot of influences. We're all men of a certain age. We have a lot of influence from the 80s, probably, but sort of disparate influences.
Yeah, from the bit that I heard, and not to put a label on it, but it does have a synth 80s I don't want to,
sure.
it's natural to throw bands out there that you get a feel for, but there's a vibe to it that I really like. I mean, you can hear some Morrissey influence and maybe some Depeche Mode, or maybe that's being a little too poppy, but I think it's cool.
No,
I think
it's
poppy, refreshing.
We have our poppy piece of the pie.
Yeah.
Poppy pie. Our little spectrum wheel.
Yeah.
I love that you just kind of have your hands in everything. Okay, we're going to do a little Broadway. We're going to do some movies. We're going to do some TV shows. We're going to do, and also I'm just reading about you. Preston is a huge audiobook fan, and you also narrate audiobooks, and you've done, Press loves Stephen King. He did Pet Sematary.
Yes. And I have not listened to that yet.
That was a blast. It was, hard work, man. That is no joke. It's it's a whole book, that you're reading in a dark room, and it took a number of days, but it's just, he's such a master storyteller, and there were so many fantastic characters. I had a lot of fun doing that one.
Well, it is an art. I just listened to it. I'd read the book, but I wanted to hear the audiobook, and Steven Weber did it and was outstanding. And I will sometimes gravitate when I will see that a specific actor is narrating a book. It will gravitate me to go and listen to it. So is it something you've done several times or just a handful?
Yeah, I've done a number of audiobooks. I've narrated some documentaries, things like that for the History Channel, Nature Channel, things like that.
You've done animated stuff as well.
A little bit, yeah. I played some sort of evil lizard on the Star versus the Forces of Evil, some children's cartoon. That was fun. It's my favorite thing. My wife's favorite thing I've ever done.
It's playing a lizard. Preston,
playing an evil lizard.
Preston's right about the because I'm an audiobook fan myself, and to me, obviously there are aspects, for example, like doing a one-day musical is very unique, but there's got to be something about it. You said you're in a dark room and you're doing the reading of an entire book. Is there anything that compares to that outside of that in entertainment?
Not in my experience. It's the way they're able to record things digitally now probably makes it or definitely makes it easier than it used to be in terms of doing alternate takes and you make a mistake in the last sentence of a paragraph, and you don't have to go back to the beginning of the paragraph or the beginning of the book to re-record everything. You can just pick things. But it's it's very intimate. You're kind of alone in this. It's like a sense deprivation chamber. It's just you and the story and your voice.
Yeah.
And, it's meditation in a way.
I assume there's like a Zen element to it in one level. I wanted to ask you, over the course of the shows of Dexter and 6 Feet Under, a lot of prosthetic bodies. Did it get to the point, I assume you were recycling, and if so, could you recognize particular bodies?
No, definitely on Dexter, there were times where, when they would do prosthetic things that were going to be really featured on camera, they would make them new. But sometimes, off in the corner, the set dressing that's sort of blurry in the background, I'd be like, I've seen that leg before.
That's great.
So I watched Dexter. I watched every single episode. It was, appointment television for me on Sunday nights on HBO for the longest time. And I'm going to be honest with you. I was not a fan of how it ended. And I'm not going to give No, but when you guys came back, and I was all about it, and I thought the last episode or last season of Dexter was brilliant. It was so well done. So when you were finished with the program, with the show, the first, were you happy with how it ended? And when
I think we needed maybe for ourselves and certainly for the fans to revisit the character and maybe take some responsibility for the totally sort of confounding loose ends that were left at the end of the season proper. So it was gratifying to come back to it. And he's a character that, I don't know, the soil out of which that show grew is just really endlessly rich and interesting. So going back was really fun.
I want to ask, as the actor, like, how do you approach it? Because as a viewer, I mean, I've watched every single episode, and you're like, why am I rooting for a serial killer? Why am I cheering on a guy who is an absolute maniac who murders? And then there were a couple of times throughout the course of the seasons where he just killed the wrong person, and you're like, I can't root for this guy anymore. But so when you, as the actor, how are you approaching it?
I mean, I don't feel like my job as an actor is to judge the characters I play. I just try to be a guardian of my sense of their truth. But I do think Dexter is unique in as much as we learn a lot about what traumatized him, about why he is the way he is, and are maybe invited to identify with him or root for him because of the unique responsibility he's taking for his darker impulses. I mean, he's targeting people who themselves are killers, and he definitely messes up and maybe pushes people's capacity to maintain their affection for him. But but I think we all have our shadow side, and we live in a world where maybe people are encouraged to deny that or suppress it, and you do that at your peril. And Dexter obviously has a formidable dark side.
He plays to his strengths.
More formidable than most people's, but I think people relish spending time with someone who's has a supersized version of something we all in one way or another contend with.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about contending with your dark side or whatever, or you've had two projects that revolve around death, and murder and things of that nature. Yeah. You've had, you say you're drawn to the quirkier, weird stuff. You had death in your family early on with your dad. You are a cancer survivor. Do you think you are now imbued with a greater philosophy about death, or is it still is it something that scares the hell out of you? How does it sit with you now?
I mean, it scares me in as much as it's the unknown ultimately, but it's also there's nothing we have more in common than our common mortality. I never made it a part of some sort of mission statement that I would have to be one way or another dealing with death or being surrounded by dead bodies in my career, but it's worked out that a lot of what I've done has had that element. But I don't know. I mean, I think growing up, having experiences of death when I was young, it was already something that maybe I'd contended with and considered more than I would have otherwise. So, I think it's the ultimate threshold, and it's everything. It's scary if it's exciting, it's invigorating to consider. I'm not dying to die or anything, but I know it's coming because it comes for everyone. And I think to reckon with the inevitability of that is a sign of spiritual maturity, probably.
Yeah, it drives so much of fiction and of all that we focus in on it. It's always there. The classic Ernest Hemingway quote that all true stories end in death. It's all it's and in as much, I think there's kind of a beauty to it that would. Like the someone who's eternal is like, all right, you know what I'm saying? So it adds sort of a poignancy to the experience. If I'm not getting too philosophical.
I mean, if we were all here just indefinitely / forever, I think it would be a lot more difficult a proposition to find meaning in our time.
If you're just jumping in, Michael C. Hall is joining us. His band, Princess Goes, is performing at Underground Arts on the 9th, Friday, August 9th, 8 o'clock is when the show is. I had a question about being a front man of a band, Michael, and also being well-known as an actor and having a successful career and having fans of both coming out to see you and the type of front man you are with the band. I mean, obviously, you're going to have lots of Dexter fans and lots of 6 Feet Under fans. Do you acknowledge that during your shows, or is this just separate and this is about a collaborative effort amongst the band members, or how do you handle that as being the face and voice of the band?
I mean, I acknowledge it in as much as I don't like disguise myself when I get on stage. It's definitely me. But and there are definitely people who come out who are maybe there for are motivated to come because they know me from those shows and everything. But that's fine. Once the show starts, I try to just focus on playing the music and taking a ride with everybody in the room. I certainly don't, forbid people from wearing their Dexter T-shirts or whatever it
Right.
could be. But I think once we get going, people are like, oh yeah, he's not singing lyrics he wrote to the Dexter theme song. This is something else.
But do you speak to the audience as well? You say a few things. I mean, a front man usually does.
I do a little bit. I mean, I think my banter is pretty minimal.
Okay. Okay.
In part because I don't know the music we play. I talked about going on a ride. I try not to interrupt the flow of the ride. But yeah, I'll say a little bit.
I saw the video for Come of Age. You guys were clearly shooting in Times Square in New York City, and you're walking along just amongst tourists. It's interesting because the song is you're recording in a fashion at which it looks as if you guys are moving in slow motion, which means the audio had to have been sped up while you were lip syncing to it. And so you're walking through this crowd
like the chipmunks.
Yeah,
so Times Square.
You're walking through the crowd while this music is playing out loud. I'm sure that they could hear it, and you're lip syncing along.
Well, we actually had little earwigs.
Oh, you had in-ear monitors.
So we just looked like a bunch of weirdos walking through the
Times Square, though. Yeah, you're competing with a lot of other.
But there is a moment where you're walking by and there's a tourist and a girl, and you guys make eye contact, and you give her like a Dexter sinister look, which you pull off wonderfully well. And she just kind of looks at you. I think she was like in a trance for a moment, and then you just slyly turn your head and just keep going past.
Like, these are not the droids you're looking for. Like, don't mess up this take.
I thought it was great, man.
I want to bring it back to 6 Feet Under real quick because I was late to the game there. I will tell you, Michael, that prior to watching it, I think I watched about 15 seconds of it when it was running all the way through. And I'll just tell you, these are the lines that I saw. And I'm not going to say who delivered the lines, but the character says, "Oh, numb arm, narm." And that's what I saw from 6 Feet Under. So then I go back and I watch from the very, very beginning, and I'm waiting for numb arm, narm. And I don't want to give anything away, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I was anticipating this thing for the entire run. And by the way, the show is beautiful. And I wanted to talk about this when you were talking. We were kind of having a deeper conversation about death and stuff like that. But Peter Krause's character was so good at, and when, the family's bereaved and they're in the funeral home and he's delivering these kind, warm words, you're like, this guy's really good at this. And you think he's going to leave, but he ends up like staying and helping out but I'm just telling you, as a viewer watching it, we all have to, wrestle with this, we all live alone and die alone type of stuff. And I don't know, I just thought it was such a beautifully shot and acted.
Spoke to you?
It spoke. I think it speaks to everybody, and it was really, really well done. And I'm glad I watched it after watching Dexter and not before watching Dexter.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's really gratifying. I still have people approach me and say that watching that show actually helped them as they were going through a grief process of their own or a difficult time with death in their own family. I think, that show was it was pretty audacious idea back then, and maybe still would be now. I think Alan Ball made the joke that, this is when HBO was just sort of that wave was cresting in terms of like more adventurous programming. It was, The Sopranos was on then and stuff like that. But he said if he took it to a network, they'd be like, yeah, we like it. What if they were veterinarians instead of funeral directors,
Right,
But HBO took a chance and, Yeah, I think there's something people. I mean, it's from a very different angle than Dexter certainly, but people I think relish the opportunity to encounter subject matter that doesn't shy away from inevitable realities.
No, it helps you tap off some of. Again, you're going to go through it at some point in your life. You're going to deal with it, and then the more you can bring it out into the light, the more it's something that, it sort of frees you a bit. I want to ask you then concerning 6 Feet Under. Did you go to funeral parlor boot camp, or did you have any sort of?
We had someone on set who was a professional, and would be there to talk us through technical things and also talk more generally about just the experience of doing an intake meeting, and there were some books I read about the business, but I didn't go to boot camp. I'm not prepared to embalm a body.
Right.
But I can really convincingly pretend I am.
There's only so far one will go.
Well, Michael, I want to add to what Casey said a little bit ago, because if you were disappointed with the ending of Dexter, I think 6 Feet Under, bar none, has the greatest ending to any show ever. And the last few scenes of that, I watched it a million times. I didn't even know who Sia was before that, and to hear her song "Breathe Me," which is one of the greatest songs of the last two decades, it was such a perfect ending. What were your thoughts on how that show ended?
Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, when I got that script for the finale, I had the sense, being on the inside, that I think the audience had. It was sort of a simultaneous sense of like deep surprise and inevitability. It was just like, oh, I can't believe this is happening, and of course this is happening. It was really, really satisfying, and it was so brilliantly executed. I mean, the makeup people, that song, the way they edited it together. I mean, they pulled it off. It was beautiful.
That's excellent.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Nice. Well, Michael, we appreciate your time today. You're a really cool guy. It was nice to have this conversation. Princess Goes is playing Friday, August 9th. 8 o'clock is the show at Underground Arts. You can get tickets at undergroundarts.org. And of course, if you want to search on socials, you'll be able to find Princess Goes and get more information and learn some of the, if you're not familiar with the band, get some of the music under your skin and go check out the show and enjoy it. Anything else acting wise before we let you go that you've got in the works, or is it you're just waiting for the right thing to come along, or what's going on?
It's all it's all vague and simmering, but something will happen.
Well, that sounds very promising. Vague and simmering. A great vaudeville team.
Or a song title.
Yeah.
I love it, man. All right, Michael, have a great gig. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it, man.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, too.
Anytime. Michael C. Wow. Really cool. Here's a little bit of the band, by the way. We have some. You can hear that.
Oh, yeah.
That cool. I love the synth vibe, man.
It's definitely,
A little Bowie kind of flav.
It would definitely be Depeche Mode. It would definitely be a little bit of Psychedelic Furs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I love.
And this simmering thing that Michael C. Hall is talking about is it's looking like he's going to be in this movie called The Leader, which is about Heaven's Gate.
Oh, the Heaven's Gate cult. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's not playing the leader of the cult. I think he's just a cult member.
Okay.
But Tim Blake Nelson's also in it as well.
Oh, wow.
We like
He's
it,
a friend
that
of
guy.
ours.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of the leader? T and Bo.
Right.
Remember, it was two people. Wasn't that it?
Was it? Okay.
And it was the Hail Bop.
Yeah.
Comet. Yeah.
Comet. It was the Nike sneakers. It was the bunk beds. It was a good time.
It was a good time. All right. Well, anyhow, let me see here. Do we have a minute or two, or should we take a break, or what do you think?
No, we got a minute or two.
We have. I know we have some more guests coming up for an event that is on the way. What?
Marshall Applewhite.
Applewhite.
Yeah, the Heaven's Gate fame. He was the guy with the really buggy eyes, and those cult documentaries and movies, they weird me out.
So I went on a binge. I don't know, like 4 or 5 months ago, and I don't remember what kicked it. Oh, I remember what kicked it off.
You joined a cult.
No, the woman known as Mother God.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
They had that doc came out on Netflix, and I was just, that stuff just blows my mind. And so then I did a search on, cult documentaries, and I found a series that was done it was all the major ones you heard of, Jim Jones and the Heaven's Gate, and it covered all those. But then it covered like 8 or 9 ones I had never heard of before through the years, through the 60s to now.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. And after a while, I needed a break because I had gone down the path of, broken people and manipulative people for a while, and it kind of messed me up.
Well, the truth is, you watch it, and it's been part of history, throughout history. And people say, I don't know, I would never fall for something like that.
Well,
you pick the time in your life where you're down, or you're susceptible. Yeah, you could.
And you want some kind of acceptance somewhere, and these people are saying the right things.
Yeah.
But the Mother God one it's called Love Has Won. It's just,
man,
whoo, it's another level, man.
Listen, there was a moment in my early 20s where I contemplated, along with my younger brother, of moving to this hippie commune in North Carolina. Yeah. Because after
Did they play Fish music all the time?
So, well, I discovered them after a Fish concert.
Okay.
People handing out pamphlets and stuff like that, and they live in this utopia, this wonderful world, and this commune, and everybody lives off of the earth, and blah blah. And it seemed all good, but obviously, that's just a snapshot of it. And when you actually get there and you live there,
you got to work in the hot dog factory.
Reveal itself.
You got to clean out the toilets
But I wonder, I wonder what that commune is like today, because this is probably 26, 27 years ago.
Do you remember the name of it?
I don't.
You think Kevin might?
Maybe.
Because I'd like to find out too.
Yeah.
Was it called Fishing for Friends?
No, because it wasn't fish-based.
Oh, it was not?
No,
Okay.
I think they...
It was chicken-based.
No. I think...
I have the lasagna.
They preyed upon the lost souls at a at a Fish concert. And that's what it is. I mean, that's what all those are. They're just preying upon lost souls.
Do you guys remember Preston, you probably remember Jay-Z Knight, the Ramtha? Which should be she was like a 3,000-year-old.
Yes.
She'd come in and she was actually
speaking a voice.
I do not know that. Almost like Yoda.
Yeah. Yep.
And then people would pay top dollar.
They fall for it. This woman, the Love Is One thing, it's wild. She'd convince a handful of people that she was indeed God. And it was wild because there were like her right hand person was Robin Williams.
Yeah.
It was all these dead people, Michael Jackson.
Sure.
And all this, and it was just like, which was wild because it was an approach I had never heard of before from a cult. Like just these ridiculous things.
There's a great scene in Annie Hall where Shelley Duvall is walking along with Woody Allen, and she goes, they're at some religious leaders thing, and she goes, I swear he's God. And Woody Allen goes, yeah, God just came out of the men's room.
We talked about the Way Down on the show before, right? That's the Remnant Fellowship Church, and there's a whole weight loss scam that's attached to it.
I saw it. I saw that doc. Yeah,
and that's another one. And it's just it's a different version of the same story that you're talking about. And it's like it really is remarkable what humans are capable of. We're such a weird species.
I mean, this thing is pointed out. People always say when they look at things that have happened, and that wouldn't be me. And it's like, you cannot be sure. You can't be sure.
That a charismatic individual comes along and says the things that you need to hear at the time.
At that time?
And you put all your trust and faith in them and blindly follow along. It could happen.
Yeah.
So it's happening right now to some people.
Perry Shaw, who's a local artist in the area, he's also a collector of vintage T-shirts. He listens to the show. He's listening now. He has this vintage T-shirt from, I guess, maybe the late 70s.
What does it say?
Dude, it says Survivor really big off the top, and then it has the Kool-Aid, the classic Kool-Aid character, and it says Jonestown, Guyana, 78.
Now,
Survivor.
In the bizarre world of this
good.
stuff, understanding the context and everything, and the loss is not lost on us.
Of course.
I do have my favorites. In Jonestown.
Oh, that's the number one.
That's GOAT.
That's GOAT.
Yeah.
That is as far as those weird over, and that one was just ended horribly
because there's There's footage that happens with the senator getting killed.
That's the
all of that stuff.
Steve, you've referenced this on the show a couple times, and my dad brings it up a lot. But what was the deal with the Moonies in the 70s? And
Sun Myung Moon,
right?
So the Unification Church. He was Korean. He had and may still be in effect. I'm not sure. They were known for their mass weddings.
And did they have they started in Korea and then had an impact in the States?
And then it was global. So and they would conduct these like we just met weddings.
Yep.
Really?
It was like 90 Day Fiance, only 1 day fiance.
Right, yeah.
It was that type of thing. It was Love is Blind.
All right, those aren't the people that would attack you at the airports. Who
No, those are the
Hare Krishnas.
Hare Krishnas. I said featured an airplane.
Yeah. Steve and I saw a bunch of Hare Krishnas in Dancing in the Street in Hawaii.
Yes.
We were on Oahu.
And I just jumped along and started.
He did. Steve started dancing along.
They're happy.
Yeah.
Sun Myung Moon died in 2012, Steve, but I'm guessing the Unification Church is still around.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm going to give you a perfect example of falling into the trap because we watched the NXIVM documentary.
Yes. Oh, well, there you go.
Keith Rainier.
Yeah.
And on the surface, we're looking at this and we're learning about some of what they were teaching, and I'm like,
that seems good.
Sounds pretty good.
It seems very life affirming.
I'm like, this is a path of positivity to take control of your life and go after the things you want and all that.
It always comes in
crazy.
gift wrapped. It always
Yes.
comes. It's always for the good. It's always for. It can be for the children. It'll be for you. It'll be all these things you want to. That's how they get you. No cult starts with, by the way, your ass is going to bleed.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's going to. This is going to this and the light and so on and so forth, and that's how it gets there. But the NXIVM thing, you had the heir to the Seagram's fortune.
Yeah.
This multi-billion. At least millionaire,
Very
wealthy, lost soul.
The most recent one that I watched, I told Kathy to check out because it involves a group of dancers.
Oh, yeah.
And same thing. It starts off, this guy just wants to help out and help these people out and starts paying for these.
I have to see that. You guys liked it? Yeah.
But he combined Christianity with it and takes it to a ridiculous level and a controlling level. And you must shun everything and all the people around you in order to focus and to be to the promised land. And all of these people speak directly to God. All of these people, most of them anyway, have a direct connection to God. I am an apostle. I speak directly to this. And you do not want to go against a word of the person who speaks directly to God.
I was watching this gentleman, I forget his name, give a TED talk about, so we think of the cults that way, of that kind of, But he says, in many ways, all of us are involved in many cults. Your addiction to TikTok is a cult. Your what all of these things become mini cults that hold sway over your life the way some of these more organized NXIVM holds. So there are different levels of them throughout your life, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, American Gods, if you ever saw that, kind of touches on that a little bit. Right.
Yeah.
Where, like things like media and technology are considered deities of sorts. Yeah.
My brother said that it was called Zendik Farm, by the way, Zendik Farm.
Is that like Dick for Farm?
Yeah, but it says there was also a common belief that it was okay to lie and steal from those outside of Zendik Farm. Yeah. And the outside world was known as the death culture. And everybody who was a part of it was also a square. So I don't know if this is the right one or not.
Somebody would call me a square, I'd freak out.
There might be you square.
Turkey.
There might be a documentary on this, Casey. New memoir explores a checkered history of Zendik Farm. There's a Wikipedia page about Zendik Farm.
Yeah, this one I think is maybe because there were several of them, and this one might have been in Asheville, maybe, which is a very hippie-ish. I guess
Asheville, North Carolina?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, interesting.
Steve, I got some good news for you if you're interested in joining up with the people at the Unification Church.
Yeah,
the now known also as the Rod of Iron Ministries. They open headquarters in the Poconos.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they're close by.
Next time we go up to the Cardboard Classic.
I think I've heard of the Rod of Iron Ministries.
Yeah.
Are they gun-based as well?
I'm not sure. Well, that kind of sounds like it, right?
It sounds more fishing.
Yeah. But it's Sean Moon is from the Sun Myung Moon family, and so it's a split off of the Unification Church. But they're relatively local.
Wow. So. Okay, interesting. Well, I didn't know we were going to go there, but it's...
we go there.
We do. It's what we do.
So Michael C. Hall, right?
Yeah, we should take a quick because he's going to be in a movie about the Heaven's Gate. There we go. So, all right, we do need to take a break. But listen, come and join our own little ceremony,
our own cult,
as we have a party happening on August 22nd at Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. We're calling it the Who's Luau. And we're putting on a luau.
I'm looking for my Jack Lord wig.
It is open to the public. It is a 21 and over event. It is free admission, by the way. We will, especially when we get a little bit closer, we'll start handing out some passes that will get some people that join us for that evening some food and drink for free. And we are working on some entertainment and having luau-inspired food and drink specials and all that stuff. It's just a summer get-together. We haven't had one, so we need to do that. Thursday, August 22nd, 6 to 8 p.m., Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. So make sure that you do indeed mark that in the calendar and make plans to come and join us. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. The Bizarre File is on the way. And that's the happy dance for Kathy's birthday this morning.
How can you not find that fun? And I'm still upset that they're reducing the animatronic characters. I always loved that band.
I know you did. You were definitely a fan.
Well, Chucky and I need to talk after this.
I would like to see Kathy eat the butthole on the
Honestly, in some cultures, that means you're going to have good luck for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just cut the butthole out and eat it.
Yeah,
please.
sure, it's fine, whatever.
Cut the butthole out now and eat it. Cut the butthole out now and eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just give you a spoon.
I mean, at this point, it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I'll eat them.
She's going to eat them. Say it.
Eat the butthole or eat the snot. Eat the butthole or eat the snot.
I'd rather...
Eat the snot?
No, the butthole.
Eat the snot now instead of the butthole.
Do you want me to...
The songs are easy to write, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to take a scoop of the butthole for you?
Yeah.
Do I mean, okay.
Yeah, scoop the butthole out.
I'll scoop it. You
got it?
Yeah, let her scoop it.
Let me scoop the butthole.
And it was at that point when I scooped the butthole.
Yes.
What?
Ian
How did
McKellen.
Magneto get here?
It was at that moment I scooped the butthole.
All right, so Kathy is now
Cutting the butthole out.
cutting the butthole out.
At the age of 39, Kathy scooped her first butthole.
And let's get video of her eating the butthole. And there it is.
Yes! Tarantula.
That was very special. Tarantula, yes. All right.
This is very wonderful. Any of these kind of party things with Chucky here and everything.
Are these pictures edible?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're made of
should be.
asbestos.
Why, does it feel weird in your mouth? There might be a film on top of it.
Yeah, sure is.
No, the texture is just different than what you're used to.
No,
Like kind of choke you different?
No, it's completely edible.
Here, try the snot.
Oh. How's that butthole feeling?
Yep, tastes
All right.
delicious.
That's wonderful. Rachel Ray also has birthday today. Rach is
She keeps going.
49, and that show continues. I can't believe that.
I was just watching the end of it last night, yesterday in the office, and that's an Oprah production.
Rachel Ray?
Yeah, Rachel Ray's an
Was
Oprah
she-
Discovery.
Did she kind of come from Oprah's show?
I think so.
No, she
didn't?
was she was on Food Network first.
Oh, okay.
And then Oprah realized she loved her.
Okay.
And then kind of took her under her wing and then created this show for her and all that
So
stuff. But she was on Food Network well before she got on Oprah's radar.
Okay.
She had this show called 1 Minute Meals. I used to watch it. It was not 1 Minute Meals.
Yummo.
30-minute meals.
1 minute.
It's an old microwave.
What is this?
Your program
It's hot water. More hot water, please. This is delish. What is this? Glass of milk. Delish.
How long did it take you to make that?
1 minute.
It was actually about 41 seconds.
Right. We ballpark it. Man is admitted to punching his girlfriend in the face after she turned down his marriage proposal. Andre Pavel had splashed out an engagement ring, a bunch of flowers to surprise Andrea Nagy with her What the hell? With the at her workplace.
With the at her workplace.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, pig Latin there.
But when she replied no, he lost his temper and he hit her in the face.
Would you make me the happiest man on earth? No.
Knocked her to the ground, left her with significant injuries.
No.
After being arrested, Pavel, who has no previous convictions, told police officers that he was upset by the rejection.
I was a little upset.
Now the defendant has been banned from contacting his victim for a year after pleading guilty to assault by beating.
But maybe she'll think it over now that he's beaten her.
The Justice Center heard Pavel and Miss Nagy had been in an intense relationship for 3 months and had moved in together before hitting a rocky patch.
Since you came into my life 3 months ago, it's been the best time of my life. Would you be my wife? No.
Pavel proposed to Miss Nagy, but she said no, and he punched her in the face.
You're like an angel. You make me a better man. I was lost before you. Would you be my wife? No.
Okay.
You didn't kill her. Okay.
Miss Nagy said she was scared of the defendant and described him as jealous and controlling, and it was a single punch.
I've got to tell you, I was lost and now I am found. The fact that you make me want to be better is everything to me. And so I ask you here on bended knee, would you be my wife? No.
Pavel now accepts that there's no future in it. I have another historic.
And now, once more into the vast library of the WMMR studios as the historian informs us of history past.
I should get a real pipe, don't you think?
I think you should. No, that's not too bad though.
This one's
It's
pretty
actually
good.
it's pretty good, and it doesn't generate smoke.
I actually went to look for a real pipe for this segment, and I couldn't find one at
Why
my
don't you use your
neighborhood.
bowl?
At my neighborhood.
Yeah, just use a bong.
Jesus.
And now the historian takes out his one-hitter.
You think I would look as good at one hit? I got a bat in my mouth.
This is an exceptional skunk weed.
I love the smell of pipe smoke.
It is pretty.
I do too.
It smells nice.
Oh, you just smell it up your ass.
Oh, wait, here we go.
There it
Yes,
is.
thank you, Marissa. Hold on.
And now from the Grand Library of the MMR studios, the historian firmly placing his gas mask bong over his head begins.
There's never been a historian like you.
No.
I just want to hear what he sounds like in that thing.
All right, I got this next one.
We firmly believe that this is merely a method for you to get stoned.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely.
Little.
You got to take that off.
Yeah, this would be pretty stupid. For but I'll give it a second.
We have 3 of those, by the way.
It's a
We have
gas
3?
mask.
Yeah.
It's a gas mask with a bong attached to the mouth.
Do your eyes fog up?
A little bit.
Only when you start thinking of home.
And I'm wearing my glasses in here too, which is all right. I got to take this thing off.
Why do we have that again?
We tried a stunt with them. We were going to put something in that, and you'd have
Peanuts.
to hands-free peanuts or something. Or,
Was
yeah,
it? Was
M&Ms.
it?
No, it was Keenan's.
Beer.
Oh, yeah, but was it made for us?
No.
I didn't say peanut.
We put peanuts in it. No, you can actually. There's a place on Main Street in Manayunk. It is a quote unquote tobacco shop.
So we purchased
and,
those?
Yes, I purchased those. Yeah.
All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness says The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry IV.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both.
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
Of both families are delighted
and
with
Ringo.
the news.
What?
Ringo and Betty Hill. Stepping up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker.
and a tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement to as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents
to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree? Yeah.
I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that? Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster.
Yeah!
Buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99, and you can fill it up. They pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. Well, we'll start with this story. Couple set to marry this weekend got into a violent argument over a prenuptial agreement. Leading to the would-be bride's arrest. The 26-year-old Molly Rose Hogan and her fiancé were quarreling late Sunday night in their St. Petersburg, Florida home.
You're just a money-grubbing whore.
The victim reported that Hogan attacked him, causing multiple injuries after a heated argument about signing a prenup.
So was this whipped on the party at the last second?
I don't...
It kind of seems that way.
No, the
Here, sign
nature.
here.
Yeah, I don't know the nature of whose idea the prenup was and all of that. So... the victim reported that Hogan attacked him, causing multiple injuries, and witnesses, including the victim's brother, who was bitten by Hogan while trying to intervene, confirmed the victim's
Someone a little peckish?
account. Well, alcohol was reportedly a factor.
there you go.
In the late-night incident. Hogan was arrested for domestic battery and simple battery and later released. A judge ordered her to have no contact with her fiancé or his brother and allowed her a one-time police escort visit to retrieve personal belongings.
Police escort. So they didn't get married?
No.
Okay, because so I have a friend who got into a screaming, blasting fight with her fiance the night before. It was after the rehearsal dinner. I mean, people heard, there were other people in the room. I mean, we were like, are we going tomorrow? Like, what are we doing? And they walked down the aisle and smiled and got married.
How long ago was this?
This was probably maybe 7-8 years ago. Yes, they're still married.
Still married?
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe you just get it all out of your system.
Yes, I don't know.
Let's conduct every fight we're going to have for the next 30 years right now.
So
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
Despite the incident, the couple's wedding registry is still online, inviting friends and family to contribute to their celebration.
I said, bitch.
The severed leg of a surfer who was attacked by a shark has washed up on an Australian beach.
God.
With doctors now racing to see if it can be reattached.
To the shark?
No. To the man. Kai McKenzie was surfing on Tuesday when a 10-foot great white shark bit him. He managed to catch a wave inshore where an off-duty police officer used a makeshift tourniquet to stem the bleeding.
It's amazing.
His leg washed up a little while later and was put on ice by locals before being taken to the hospital.
What do you got there, son?
Where a medical team is now assessing surgery options. Mr. McKenzie, who is a sponsored surfer, remains in a serious but stable condition. The off-duty officer said he had to use the lead off of his dog as a tourniquet, essentially saved the guy's life until the paramedics got there. They described Mr. McKenzie as calm and able to talk following the attack. Mr. McKenzie was rushed to a local hospital shortly after the incident before being flown to another hospital, which was a major trauma center. His severed leg also made the long journey. The surfer had only recently returned to the water after suffering a significant neck injury, which forced him to take time off from the sport.
Dude, well, we're slowly building the potential for a lost appendage surfing marathon movie.
Yeah. In China, 24-year-old Pan Zhouting has made a name for herself by live streaming massive eating sessions for the pleasure and entertainment of her audience, which is a form of entertainment that's referred to as mukbang.
I wonder if I've watched this because I've seen other young Asian women doing this.
It is super popular. Nick, you were the first one to introduce the actual term. The first time I ever heard mukbang?
Yeah, I learned about it because Jeff Goldblum does this great documentary show on Disney Plus, and he was hanging out with one of these type of women, Preston, and he tried it. It was fascinating.
They will, Preston, occasionally eat things that are still alive.
The Chinese government in 2020 cracked down on mukbang streams in a bid to reduce overeating and shameful food waste. But apparently, this gal didn't get the memo. Earlier this month, she died midstream.
What?
When her body just gave out due to overeating. After the autopsy, it was learned that her stomach was filled with undigested food and her abdomen was severely deformed. So very dangerous, clearly. Lifeguards, this happened in San Diego last week. Lifeguards saved a life on land for a change. They rescued a teenager who nearly buried herself alive in the sand.
This happens a lot.
In a race against time, lifeguards dug their shovels into the beach to rescue a 16-year-old girl buried from the neck down. Lieutenant Jacobs Magnus, a lifeguard, said, thankfully we were able to see her face and communicate with her, so that was a big help. He said they had less than an hour before high tide would wet the sand and make it hard for her to breathe. But the dry sand brought its own challenges. Every time he said we were scooping shovels and buckets of sand, there was more dry sand falling back down. Crowds nervously watched as rescue efforts dragged on. Delia Cruz said she was sitting nearby when she saw the girl covered in sand. She said at one point she couldn't get out. They tried to push sand down so she could have something level to jump on. And then after that, it started caving in. Once the sand reached the girl's chest, she went to alert a nearby lifeguard.
Jeez.
So yeah, lifeguards advise, do not dig deep holes. If it is deeper than your waist, that's the max you should go. And then when you're done digging the hole, you should fill it in.
You know, it's a good idea. Use one of those legs that walks up on, and just don't dig any further than that.
Yeah, then the leg. Use it as a
measuring stick.
Yeah, that'll work. All right, and that is what we will end with in the Bizarre File this morning. So we have a charity event and some people here to promote the said event. It is coming up this weekend. It is on Sunday. It is a 28th annual Christmas in July motorcycle toy run, courtesy of the Philadelphia Centurions, and it benefits the Shriners Hospital, Shriners Children's Hospital.
Amazing.
Which is a wonderful organization. And talking to our guests who are in here again, they've been coming by here for like the past 17, 18 years.
They remember
to promote this.
Us holding Kathy in our laps when she was fussy.
Yeah. That's how far back we go. Please welcome Stephanie Buera and Joe Mason to the show this morning. Stephanie, I probably messed your name up year after year. What is it?
Stephanie Byra.
Byra. Anyway, so you are with the Shriners and have been for all this time.
So thankful. It's a great organization to work for. It's a great organization that provides care to kids that have broken bones, sports injuries, cerebral palsy, spinal cord injuries, anything orthopedic related. We're your place to go.
And patients don't pay anything, right?
Yeah. So we offer it regardless of people's insurance, their financial ability, and everything.
Were you here when Teddy came by?
So guess
beat
what?
me?
I was an intern then.
No kidding.
So I'm one of those people that interned and then was hired. And
all right, for people that don't know, we brought a gentleman by named Teddy. Teddy was paralyzed in a tragic trampoline accident, but he's really good at Connect 4.
Yep.
So am I. He kicked my ass.
Yes, he did.
Kicked my ass.
He did, yeah. And but he's one of the great stories out of the Shriners. You know, he got help. And
there's such a good vibe. I mean, you know, again, when you see, if you're talking about like throwing a lifeline to a family that just has no recourse, and then you guys are doing this incredible work. Obviously you see a lot of pain, but you know that you are going to be the alleviators of that pain, and so that's got to make going to work a lot more fun.
It is. It is a lot of fun. And Sunday's one of my favorite days of the year, to be on Broad Street and hearing the roar and seeing 500 plus motorcyclists ride up the street. I mean, it's goosebumps every year. It really is.
So with the details on that, our good friend Joe is here this morning.
Hey.
And Joe, so we were talking off air. It was, because the weather is obviously a concern when you're doing an event like this. With how many people riding?
We've had up to 600 bikes do this ride, over 1,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's insane. But the weather looks great for this weekend. It's on the warm side, but less humid.
I called ahead, and that's what I did.
Yeah, very good. You took
They
care of
scheduled that.
It'll be warm, but no humidity, so you'll be good.
Perfect day for riding.
Yep.
Nice. How do people get in this and be a part of it if they want to sign up, Joe? And either being a participant or just a supporter.
So this Sunday morning, we're going to meet at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 8 a.m., not 8 p.m. 8 a.m. We're going to meet at the Constatter, 9400 Academy Road up in Northeast Philadelphia. And between 8 and 11, we do registration. And after you register, you come in. We have full breakfast. They have indoor, outdoor space, so the air conditioning will be on. We have eggs, we have food. We do a full breakfast, a full layout. And 11 o'clock, Santa Claus comes down, jumps on his bike, and he leads us out. It is a police-escorted ride the entire way, so you're not stopping and going, and you're not sitting at red lights. You're straight through until you pull up Broad Street outside the Shriners Hospital.
Stop and think about it. I mean, there are people who just have motorcycles who would dream of the ability to do that ride like that, and this is your chance to do it.
Yeah, when you get
unfettered.
on 95 and it's wide open for you, that's a really neat feeling.
Yeah.
Wow. What kind of bike do you ride? I don't know if I've ever asked that, Joe.
So I have 3.
You
can't ride them all at once.
I got old, so I had to get something with stereo and bags, and I get place to put the rain gear. But I still have my very first Sportster sitting in the garage. It's all chopped up and aped up. And then actually a couple years ago, my wife expressed interest, which was an excuse to buy a 3rd motorcycle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And So she rides, and but she prefers to be on the back. So it's easier to hold your coffee when you're on the back.
All right, those ape hangers, those handlebars, are they comfortable? Are they what? I mean,
so
they look
did
wild.
I have a Sportster 1200 that I have the ape hangers on. Initially, it was drag bars, is what comes out of the factory.
Yeah.
It was almost like doing a push-up or a bench press. I've heard. I don't know. I've never done a bench press. It's obvious. But you were locked out. So by the end of a ride, my shoulders were sore.
Yeah,
the ape hangers, I actually get a break the way my arms kind of hang.
Okay.
You get a nice, easy break. It's nice and comfortable.
I was down at the shore, and a guy came riding a bicycle, not a motorcycle, with ape hangers on it. And I go, what do you think of those things? He's like, here. And he handed me the bike. He's like, take it for a ride. I love them.
It's great, right?
It seems like there's I always perceived it as a limited turning radius.
I was just going to say the difference is normally when you're turning, you counter steer on a motorcycle.
Right.
So you're pushing right to go right. It seems a little, so you kind of lean into it. With the apes, you're so far above your center of gravity that the pushing right kind of sets it off. So you're using more of your hip, more of your body to kind of lean. But once you figure it out, it's not bad.
It's not that bad?
Okay.
And it tries to make a chubby guy like me look cool. So it's not that hard.
The ones that look uncomfortable to me, and I think Dennis Hopper's bike and Easy Rider had it, was just that straight bar.
Yeah.
It's a short, straight bar with no curve
That's what
to it.
I went from
Is that
those
what you were
to ape
talking about?
hangers. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what
that
I
looks
did.
ridiculous. I would be totally uncomfortable with that.
I mean, it's great and the Sportster was
looks
kind of
cool.
Harley's sport rider, right? It was a little, it could corner better, it could carve better. But it's after all day on that, you felt it. You knew what you were doing.
When you guys get together for an event like this, how much of this is admiring other people's bikes? It's got to be a big part of it, right?
You start walking through, figuring out what you want to do to yours next, and the wife keeps shaking her head. You're not spending the money, but
what's the big thing? What is all the rage? I assume it's the tiger's head that roars when you put it on the handlebars. No, what's the big thing?
Now you've given away my next project, but it's probably twofold. There's one group that really loves the large front custom tire, right? It's got that big 26 or 30-inch rim.
I've not seen this.
It's a sleek look. It's really neat.
Yeah.
And the other is stereos. As bike
the audio,
stereos have gotten
mobile
better
audio?
and they're just getting bigger and louder and more. I've seen guys who have 4 or 5 speakers grafted into each bag, and you can't put any gear in it, so you got speakers.
When you're riding along and you're at full volume, and you're not obviously surrounded by 599 other motorcycles, when you're booking along, you can take that audio in, you can hear it.
Absolutely, every word that Rick Astley sings goes right through my stereo, and I get all of it.
There you go.
By the way, here's a text coming in from somebody talking about the event this weekend. It's the 28th annual Christmas in July motorcycle toy run. Somebody texts in and says, this is such an amazing event. I did it for the first time last year, and I had my daughter with cerebral palsy on the back of the bike. She loved it so much. So kids are part of this thing
Oh,
too,
absolutely.
right?
We get people who come down in cars who just want to participate because after the ride, we go back to Constatter and we do like a full barbecue.
Okay.
So draft beer's included. So it's $40 a rider, $70 for a couple, but it gets you that whole day. It gets you breakfast, it gets you the ride, it gets you the after party. And every dime that we raise that day goes to help Shriners support their mission.
What's your goal this year? What are you guys looking for?
I think so we talked about the numbers earlier. The first 14 years combined, it was cumulative about $80,000.
Okay.
This year we already have $71,000 raised for the year.
Nice.
So we're hoping to get well over that $80,000, which will give us over
Almost
800,000
800,000
cumulative to date.
Wow.
Who knows? You're close to 100 too.
100,000 is a nice round number.
Yeah,
I like to see them hit that. The event has been going on for 28 years, and yeah, Stephanie. So, how much has been raised through the course?
To date, it's at $795,000.
Wow. And therein is why you guys can offer free help to people who need it at Shriners.
It really makes a difference. People even that have health insurance still come to us. If you have a child who is in a wheelchair and the insurance company says, well, you're good for the next 2 years, but you're like, my child is growing and doesn't fit in this wheelchair anymore. Shriners is here to help you get what you need.
And that's such a wonderful thing. Think of I always try to think of this when you can help out someone. You think of that someone in that moment, so probably right now in that moment of desperation saying, how am I going to take care of my kid? How am I going to do this? How can I do this? And it just consumes everything. And it's it's like a death by 1,000 cuts because you don't know what to do. And here you guys are, and then obviously with the whole charity event itself to help alleviate that. So yeah, if you're moved by anything, that's got to incite people to participate. Now, if they're not going to be able to do the run or whatever, donating is always an option. What's the best way to do that?
Absolutely. So I'm sure Nick's doing a great job of putting it up on your website, or you can visit shrinersphilly.org and link straight to their donation page that they have up.
All right. shrinersphilly.org. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm happy the weather's going to work out, and I'm sure it's going to be a really successful event. And thank you for setting up the weather, Joe.
Thank you.
It's very nice of you to do that. But we have all of the information, or we'll have the information up for you if you need it a little bit later on. So thank you. Oh, and by the way, we'll leave with this song. Yeah, there you go. In honor of Joe Mason and his relationship with Rick Astley. Congratulations, guys. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for the Philadelphia Centurions and, of course, Philadelphia Shriners Children's Hospital. Thank you to Stephanie and Joe. ShrinersChildren.org or Philly, Shriners Philly?
ShrinersPhilly.org.
There you go. Either one of those. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we've been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Aren't you pulling for him?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel
comes
looks scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay. But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace
the
your
one trade-off. Yeah.
Mel,
replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay,
right.
And what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Yeah, Cheeks is good.
Okay.
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
So
you're
this
doing
is
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at her.
No, she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at? Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is?
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to attack.
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome,
Yes.
and they're believe it or not, at the camp, a lot of times kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop. And then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead.
A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them.
No,
come
no,
over.
no. You come over.
You go to the clown. All right,
There we go.
so we're gonna a group hug. Look at this. Wow! Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
Now that was special. Victoria.
Okay.
All right, Victoria's gonna do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting in. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it. We're making friends. We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're doing a great job.
Oh, yes. That was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to answer.
Yeah.
Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are
I
you
don't-
really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
Very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the Van Fozzie. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho is here.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram.
Right.
They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that
Everywhere
cow.
you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. and wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's Sing Crows on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. 20 minutes after 10. Here we are with Preston and Steve Show. July 25th. It's, today some would say that this is the official Christmas in July day.
Yeah, and the first day of Hanukkah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I didn't even
that might be
realize
incorrect.
that those came together. So since we do have the first day, not the first day of Hanukkah, since we do have the Christmas in July celebration to take place, we have somebody who wants to call in and ring that Merry New Year in, or the Merry season in. So hello, caller.
I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, Gary.
Yo, sweet tea, how you doing, Cap?
Yeah, what's up, Gary?
How you doing, my love?
Good. How are you?
Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful family, Denise, Dennis, and Chase.
Denise, and
Chase.
Dennis, Denise, and Jace.
How you doing, Preston, and how's Michelle and your family, bud?
Dude, everything is good. We're life is wonderful. We're just enjoying ourselves this summer.
What about you, Steve and Claire?
I'm doing well. Let me ask you, Gary, because how are you doing? We always wonder. We always want to make sure that everything is moving along in a positive way. Is everything okay in your world?
Landline Lowers, locking it down. I'm doing. Life is good, brother.
Good. Are you gainfully employed or still looking for something?
No, actually, I go for surgery next week for my elbow. I have to have my elbow drained, like a sports injury. You have to clean it out and drain it, and then I'll be, I'll be tied up for about a couple of days.
All right. I'm sure everything will go well.
I still got another arm and 3 legs.
You got 3 times.
I'm not going there, Casey, with the testicles.
Okay.
3 legs, bro.
Gary's on
Nick?
today.
He's
I'm
on.
doing great. How you doing, Gary?
I'm good. How's your son doing, bud?
He's doing really well. He's away at camp right now. I miss him a lot, but he's having a great summer.
When are you going to see him again, bud?
Not until like middle of August. He's away for a stretch, but thank you for asking.
Enjoy yourself while you have your time, young man. What about you, Case? How's you doing, buddy? How's the beautiful wife and family?
It's none of your business, bro.
He's just trying to find out.
Man, I want to be there. I want to come there after my surgery. Can you fit me in?
We actually are buying a hospital bed just for you. So you'll be set. No, you need to rest, but afterwards.
I need to come there to tell the world a secret.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Is it something you've been working with Terrence Howard on?
We got. It's a good secret. I got to talk to the world. My family's got to be present.
Well, we could definitely facilitate
Now
that.
that Bill's not there, everything's gonna be hunky dory. Okay, Eric Simon's cool. Chuck D'Amico's the man. We got this locked down. Lowers got this locked down.
Okay.
Wow.
And I'm very confident here now. I'm glad to hear from my family. Welcome back, Pierre, when you're there, young man.
Yeah.
And I want to say Merry Christmas to my warmest family. I mean it from the bottom of my Irish heart.
Oh, wow. So I'm trying to figure out what this. Will it be the debut of Garrett Lauer?
I said Gary Lauer, the mayor of Junior Ave, the landline Lauer. I lock it down.
What do you think? Maybe he's got a kid on the way, Steve?
I don't know. All right. Well,
I need to get there as soon as possible, young guys.
all right. Okay. Yeah.
That's it? You're going to leave us hanging like that?
What's that, Kath?
You're going to leave us hanging like that? You're not even going to give us like a hint?
Oh, it's all positive, man. I just need to see my family. It's been 3 years since I've been there. So, whatever.
Wow, it's been 3 years. Okay, we did see you at the Christmas Miracle, though. So
before the bar.
he has no idea we're talking about that.
Hey, Gary, what day is your surgery?
It's the 29th, 8:30 in the morning, Temple Hospital.
All right. Excellent. Excellent.
No, I'm sorry. It's August 2nd. I have to go.
Oh, well, that's not as good.
Wait, is it August 2nd where?
That's a Friday.
I just went yesterday. I got all this paperwork. So I have to go to 29th for post-op. Then I go back to this August 2nd for the pre-surgery. I have to have someone take me home after that.
So he's doing the post-op before the surgery.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
And
good.
you said it's like a sports injury. Have you been playing sports?
No, actually, I'm a senior citizen now. I'm 59 years old, and I landed on my elbow on a L platform, and no one helped me, and it shattered my left elbow.
Oh,
so are
Not
you
really sports related.
Nobody helped me at all. That's nothing I'm going to go off about. Look, I miss my family.
We miss you too.
I want
Yes.
to make it short and sweet. I want to tell everybody, enjoy your day with your family. It is Little Christmas in July, and I love you to death. I can't wait to be there with my family, taking pictures and sharing some stories, and I got no one to share for you.
All right. We can't wait to hear this story. You
Listen, have a wonderful day with your families, bro. You're a good guy, bro.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Wait, Casey wants.
I just want to ask, what were you doing? Why were you on an L platform?
Well, I was trying to get up the bridge in Platt, and next thing you know, the escalator just went flat.
Oh,
it just went flat.
I know. Everybody said, "Yo, didn't you get like a lawsuit? Get a lawyer?" I said, "Dude, I just want to get home." So when I got home, my left leg's all chewed up, my ear got chewed off.
Hold one second.
Dude, you should speak to a lawyer.
You're saying that the escalator, as you were on it, flattened out, and that injured you? Hold one second. Okay, so and that you actually had your ear chewed up, and you got this injury from that?
Yeah, I got scars all over my right leg, my right ear.
Preston's right.
I just wanted to get home. I was full of blood. No one helped me. I was so scared. I just wanted to get home. I was full of blood.
You need to talk to some sort of injury lawyer.
Steve, you have a cowboy hat.
I do have a cowboy hat.
I'm not doing all that stuff. Look, I'm here now. I got all my limbs. Look, I'm good. Gary's good.
All right.
Gary's good. I can handle it. I can handle it.
Gary, this is in the bag. We're getting you the death penalty.
Anyway, I just wanted to tell you, I miss my family. I wanted to say, can I come there soon, guys?
We said yes.
Yes.
Can you come there and set it up, Case? Give me a call. You got my landline number.
I'll come pick you up.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool, man.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
One of them new cars.
One of those new cars.
Oh.
The ones without the rumble seat.
One of those
No, the
horseless
ones that are
carriages.
electric, like the one Pierre's got.
Yeah, I'll steal Pierre's car. Come and grab you.
Oh, yeah. I'll pay for the gas.
Pay for the gas. Snot.
I want to go, Cap.
Yo.
Stay golden, my sweet little desert flower.
Stay golden. All
I will, Gary.
We'll talk to you soon, bud, okay?
I'll see you around the hood, guys. I love you all, and I miss my family.
All right,
Love
do
you,
it,
Gary.
Johnny.
We'll see you later. All right, Merry Christmas. Bye-bye. Wow.
But wait, it's like a kid who, after you say yes,
He has no idea.
they ask again just to to make sure.
Yeah, to lock it in.
Just to lock it
To
in.
lock down. Landline locked down.
That is too bad that he's not seeking some sort of representation for an injury like that.
I mean,
Now, this is the story as
do we
he's
really
telling.
believe this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I was
true.
attacked by a puma.
Yeah, so on an L platform.
On that platform. It should be on the P platform for Puma.
All right, we are going to give away a 4-pack Six Flags Great Adventure tickets if you can answer this question correctly. When it comes to their love life and Billy Ray Cyrus, what did Fire Rose break? 215-263 WMMR. When it comes to their love life and Billy Ray Cyrus, what did Fire Rose break? 215-263 WMMR. If you heard it earlier this morning, call now. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get that trash and then we'll get your call. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, momentsintime.com is putting a signed picture for the legendary 1960 Nixon-Kennedy debate up for auction. In addition to both Nixon and Kennedy's signature, the photograph also includes an autograph from Randy Jackson.
Whoa,
because you're not going to get his autograph. A woman vacationing in the UK was bitten on the arm by one of King Charles's guard horses. The woman later revealed she did not realize that she was that close to the horse, believing it to be Queen Camilla.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the widow of Paul Sorvino, Dee Dee Sorvino, has tied the knot with the Dukes of Hazzard star John Schneider. Dee Dee says Sorvino would love Schneider, except for him often being in her.
No. And that's your Hollywood. All righty. We shall see if someone does know the answer to this question when it comes to their love life and Billy Ray Cyrus. What did Fire Rose break? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Larry, see if we can get the answer. Larry, good morning. Hi, is this Larry?
You, Larry?
Hang on. I need to see if this is Larry. Larry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Larry, when it comes to their love life and Billy Ray Cyrus, what did Fire Rose break?
Achy breaky heart.
That is correct. The achy breaky heart. Hang on. Now you can tell him, Case. Now you can tell him. Go ahead.
You, Larry?
All right, Larry. We're going to give you a 4-pack of Six Flags Great Adventure tickets. Go all out at Six Flags Great Adventure, where you'll scream through their record-breaking coasters and make a splash at Hurricane Harbor. You can get your daily tickets now at sixflags.com. And let's do the Bizarre File.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I had 3 testicles.
I left music news in my office.
What color?
Hold on. It's not color. Casey, you will see I have a series of files. The shorter file, second row down.
What wire does he cut?
Is the
Oh, God, what tube?
The red one.
The red one. Always the red one. Although sometimes they do it.
Yeah.
So you think that you cut the red wire and then you set the bomb off. But there should be a handful of stories that are there, I think.
Casey boy. You're always on the run now. Going
Just
to
makes
get
stuff
music.
up.
He's not back yet.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
I think he's lost.
He found it.
Good.
He found it.
I found it.
Thank you. I forgot to put the red paper clip, by the way.
Oh.
Is music news. And I forgot to put it on there. All right, anyhow, we're going to start with this. It was 34 years ago when Jane's Addiction released their last song starring the original core 4 members of the band. Until now, the Rockers released Imminent Redemption yesterday. We'll play a little bit of this for you. It's a track that the band debuted at a concert in London featuring Perry Farrell, Dave Navarro, Stephen Perkins, and Eric Avery. While most of the band has been together, Avery hadn't recorded a new track with the band since Ritual de la Habitual in 1990.
Wow.
And it is the first new studio song from Jane's Addiction at all in over a decade, when the group released Another Soulmate in 2013. So let me play a little bit of the song for you. I haven't heard this yet. Wow, that doesn't really sound much like Perry.
It does not.
Interesting. The band is hitting the road next month for a North American tour supported by Love and Rockets. So cool. To celebrate the streaming release of their movie Right Here, Right Now, right spelled R-I-T-E, Ghost has 2 new videos for fans today.
So scary.
The first dropped at midnight, and a new animated video for their hit Mary on a Cross is using animation taken straight from the movie. The second release drops at noon Eastern Time today, which is a video for the third Papa Nile single, The Future is a Foreign Land.
How many Papas have there been?
There's been several.
Yeah.
There's Papa Emeritus.
Papa Don't Preach.
Papa Don't Preach.
Papa Smurf.
Papa Smurf.
Papa John.
Yeah.
Papa Mau Mau.
Yeah,
Oh,
Papa
that's a good
Umau.
one.
So anyhow, that appeared on the film's soundtrack, and
Papa-matic.
There's a video available now if you want to check that out.
Papa Tarts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Lots of papas. Papa. And then the last story. Geezer Butler talked openly about dealing with past bouts with depression in a new interview.
Does he talk about how you, being his neighbor, would go over and pep him up?
He actually was depressed because I never made it by there. And,
Where is he?
Yeah.
Who's Preston?
Butler-
He's in the neighborhood, but he never comes by.
Butler
Is there something wrong with me?
describes his experience with depression as, quote, going to this awful black hole. And he also shared that writing the lyrics to the song Paranoid was his way of venting what he was going through. And I'll give you an example of the lyrics. All day long I think of things, but nothing seems to satisfy. Think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. And that was part of depression for him.
No, there's a kid in my neighborhood I want to meet.
Shut up.
Pacing back and forth in my house, wearing out my feet.
He notes, I wasn't depressed all the time, but when I used to get the bouts of depression, you just couldn't explain it to anyone. You were terrified that you would go to, and this is interesting, that you would go to a mental health person maybe, and they put you in a hospital for years in a mental institution. So you'd never go to doctors or anything like that.
For fear that you'd be...
incarcerated.
Yeah.
Or not incarcerated, Lloyd.
I'm incarcerated, Lloyd. Committed.
Instituted.
Yeah.
Committed.
Condensated.
So, fortunately, seeking medical treatment for depression doesn't have the same stigma it had decades ago. As a result, Butler said he got the help he needed in 1999 with a diagnosis and a prescription for Prozac. And after taking the prescription for 6 weeks, he said the big cloud seemed to lift off of me.
Though, if you're going to be in a band with that condition, that was the band to be in at the time.
Yeah.
Generating that kind of content.
Yep. And that is all I have in music news for you this morning.
I do have something that I can add that sort of adds to the musical nature of news. And our friends from Allied Global Marketing, our friend Jesse Cute, wanted us to let everybody know that today, right now, tickets are on sale for the Tony Award-winning musical Hamilton. Hamilton's coming back to Philadelphia. It's gonna it's going to be at the Academy of Music from October 29th through November 23rd. And tickets can be purchased online and in person at the Academy of Music box office starting right now.
Right now, my wife saw the production last time it was through here, and
yeah, we did too.
Yeah.
Shell and I went, and so it was amazing. But Caroline didn't go at the time, so I believe we're going to have to go to this.
Yeah.
We got to rise up, go see it.
Yeah.
I don't remember how the rest of it
Just one last time. One last time.
That's Casey's.
One bad apple don't spoil.
No, that's I'm sorry. That's the Osmonds.
I like the taste of sunbeam bread. Is that it? No.
I like jam and butter.
I like toast and jam.
It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. All right. Anyway,
you didn't know all that from Hamilton.
Hamilton. All right.
It's a new country. Do you like peanut butter?
And that's all we have in music news. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. Is Ryan Shuttleworth returning
Yes, it is.
today? All right, we will have him in for the letter of the day for the word of the week. Probably stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in the documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the front man, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection.
Yeah.
Let's, like, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this, at least the very nature of our show is that if, over the years, we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh.
Yeah.
I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
It was a thing
Years ago, it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have, do you want to hear the winner? Let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
correct.
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard her. I'm ready to talk to her, and I cannot see her listening. What was that? I said I can't see her listening. Yeah, that's louder. Heard her. Sound good to you.
You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people?
It's a dream come true.
What was that?
It's a dream come true.
What was that?
It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing.
To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna entertain the team.
What's that?
We're gonna entertain the team.
What's that?
We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning. We're looking at a still shot of her.
She's
with
a Miss
her,
America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and ride.
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like.
You might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist, actually. And they're going to give me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life. I love the best.
Oh, my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year. And
Pumpkins 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. 10:46 on the Preston and Steve Show, coming to a close for this Thursday morning. I think Kathy was charmed by Gary Lauer's phone call because she just took off. She's gone. I think finally she made it happen. I don't know.
Where's my rabbit?
But Kathy did mount to me when we were at the beginning of the part with Gary. She looked at me and she goes, "He sounds normal."
Yeah.
He did. He sounded a little more lucid.
My sweet desert flower.
Than he is sometimes, which was pretty cool. All right. Besides Gary Lauer being one of our guests this morning, we had a great conversation with Michael C. Hall. From Dexter and 6 Feet Under. He was really cool, man. Easy to talk to.
Super sweet guy.
And his band is called Princess Goes. And they are performing at the Underground Arts on August 9th at 8 o'clock. So you can get tickets at undergroundarts.org and go see him. He was a really, really nice guy. I'm sure he loves meeting his fans. And then we had Joe Matarese. Hey! Joe has a new comedy special. Watch it, please, if you wouldn't mind. He's a little bummed out that he hasn't gotten the word out about it yet.
We're going to help, yes. And you're right. He's very friggin' funny.
He is. And he's a great guy. We love him. So we'd love to give him some support. You go to YouTube and just type in Joe Matarese.
Free.
You'll see it. It's absolutely free.
It's free.
Yeah, and I have it mislabeled up there. It's Mullets and Mixtapes is the actual YouTube special.
That's the name of the special. Yep. And then he is also going to perform at the Stone Harbor Theater, or the Harbor Square Theater, in Stone Harbor on Sunday, 9 o'clock is when that show is. And also a mention of the Christmas in July Centurions, the toy drive, the motorcycle drive that's coming up on Sunday with the Shriners Hospital. Details, WMMR.com, PrestonandSteve.com to find out how you can get signed up for that whole thing. Ryan Shuttleworth is here.
Hello.
Again today. Are we going to get a clean sweep? You going to be in tomorrow too?
We shall see. The hunting trip continues.
Yes.
I must say, I'm a little upset, as Gary always referred to me as a sweet desert flower. I'm really happy to share the title, but I think you just...
There's no way.
I don't know.
He usually doesn't double up on names, on nicknames.
I'm a little upset now. I don't know what to do with my life. Everything's just in flux now.
Yeah, so we've got Shotgun Steve Morrison. We've got Oil Can. Who's Oil Can? Nick,
Foster.
Is that you?
No, Foster. It's Casey.
Casey. Oil Can.
Oh, Casey Foster.
Nick, what are you?
I don't know. I don't think I don't know.
Yeah, no, wait, you're something.
Sweet Tea, Kathy Romano.
Yeah.
Mocha
Marissa Magnata.
Mocha Magnata. What does he call me?
Young man.
Young man. All right.
Go back to the tape.
Desert flower. I guess so. All right. So, Ryan, should we get a letter of the day from you?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in nature.
All right. And then we have one more letter to go tomorrow, and then we go have $500 from the Bagster.
Yeah.
The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup, and you can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and then simply schedule a collection. It is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster. in a bag. What's up today, Ryan?
Well, some pre-weekend shenanigans for a Thursday. The Workforce Blocks will celebrate the likes of Kings of Leon, and 2 very big records released on this day. First, from AC/DC in 1980, we'll do a little celebration of Back in Black.
Nice.
And in 1983, the world was introduced to the mighty Metallica, so we'll celebrate that as well.
That's some good stuff.
Awesome. And you've used up your allotment of shenanigans, by the way.
I stopped today. I said it yesterday. I was like, wait, that was 1.
Okay.
That was 2.
Yes. No more shenanigans.
We're done.
All right, very
We're
good.
done.
Hijinks you need to go to now.
Hero.
Yeah.
I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Manhattan Bagel. Try the new French toast egg sandwich at Manhattan Bagel today. Tomorrow, no sad bro.
No!
Need I say more? That's it. We will wrap it up tomorrow morning for the work week. We'll be back then. Rage on, everyone. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.